Kirana, apakah kita bisa mulai?
Sebentar Bu, untuk MC ada technical problem Bu.
Oke.
Bentar saja.
Mr. Manis, can you wait for another minute?
Okay, Bu, I can unmute already. So
Okay.
sure, we can wait. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Di sana hujan, Pak Manis? No?
It's been raining, I think, the whole night.
Oh, Bogor is raining too, but started this morning.
Okay. How's things there? Everything is safe?
Everything is fine, thank you.
Fine.
How about you, Mr. Manis, Mr. Viraj?
We are at home, working from home still.
Yep.
Okay.
Is my voice clear, Bu?
Yes, your voice is clear. I
Okay.
heard that the first batch will be on the test on Monday, 7 December, yeah, Mr. Manis?
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
So we are praying for them.
Yeah.
We want to be sure that they pass. Yeah, I think some of them are doing 2 exams here, Mr. Viraj.
Yes. One on Monday, some on Thursday also.
Yeah. We have your students here, Mr. Manis. Ananda Sheila will be on the first batch next Monday.
Sheila, oh yeah, Sheila.
Hello.
Hi, Sheila.
Hello, sir.
Hi, Sheila.
Sheila on last Saturday.
Yeah. Are you ready for the test, Sheila?
So.
Please pass the test, and then you have a bachelor degree from Oxford Brookes University. Then
That's right.
You will be the example, the pioneer of our students here.
Exactly. They really need to practice the questions, so they'll be fine. Yeah. Sheila, have you done more practice?
Yes, sir.
Or Mr. Viraj is keeping you busy?
Sheila is the assistant here, Mr. Manis.
Oh, okay.
He's joining here not as the assistant, not the students.
Okay. Great.
We have ACCA socialization. Maybe according to Miss Tias, you have a first batch in the next year in January, Mr. Manis?
In January, correct. I think there is few more students from Fokasi who are joining the next semester. That's what I heard from Miss Tias.
Yeah. Is it confirmed or just a plan, or?
I think maybe it's a plan. It means we have not received the documents.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because we have to have another session for this batch, class of 2018.
Okay.
I'm planning with Miss Tias about the middle of December, so they can join on the January 2021 next year.
Okay. So an info session for them?
Yes, info session. ICCA info session.
Okay. We can do that. Like last time we did.
Yeah. Maybe we will arrange it later with Budames ya, Pak Manis ya.
Yeah, sure. That'll be good. I think last time we did a sort of a placement test here to give, to select the top students also. So maybe we can have another test.
Okay.
A simulation test.
Okay, that will be a good idea. Okay, the panitia sudah siap ya? Oke, silahkan ya. Time is yours. Oke, Aser.
Alright. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
A very good morning to our honorable audience on behalf of Vocational Accounting Universitas Indonesia. We are pleased to welcome all of you in this morning's public lecture entitled Analisis Laporan Keuangan IFRS Update. And also we would like to say thank you for joining us this morning.
First of all, we would like to honor our guests for today, Mr. Manish Kirwani and Mr. Firachon from London School of Accountancy and Finance. Thank you for fulfilling our invitation to be the speaker in this morning's agenda.
And we also would like to honor our Head of Accounting Study Program, Mrs. Atengan Helmina Mutiha, and teams, and all the respectable audiences for today's event.
Before we continue, let us introduce ourselves. My name is Alia Nurfajra Zafira, Vocational Accounting.
My name is Muhammad Azrifki, Vocational Accounting 2018, and we are from Public Relations Department, HMVOE 2020, and we will be the Master of Ceremonies for today's public lecture.
And before we proceed, I would like to read the regulations of this morning's public lecture. First, the audience registration will be held at 7 a.m. until 9 a.m. After those hours, the audience will be considered as absent. The audience who left the room in the middle of the event and not rejoin will be considered not present. The audience should use full name as the display name and is not allowed to use irrelevant backgrounds during the event. The audience should deactivate their microphone during the event unless the speaker asks for an opinion or question. The audience who would like to ask a question is allowed to activate their microphone on the Q&A session. And the last one is the Q&A session will be held for about 15 minutes long. And also, we would like to remind the audience to don't forget to fill the first absence because there will be 2 absence for today's event that you need to fill. The link will be attached on the chat box.
All right, after we heard our regulations for today, let's hear some opening speech from our Head of Accounting Study Program.
Mrs. Matiha, the stage is yours.
Okay, thank you, Azhar. Thank you, Alia. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Miss.
First, I want to say hi to our speaker, Mr. Manis and Mr. Firaj. Thank you for joining us here today. It is a very great pleasure to have both of you here. Then I want to say hi to my colleagues, Ibu Yuki, maybe already here, Ibu Iin, Ibu Silvana, Pak Dedi, Pak Agus, Ibu Maya, Ibu Marsdenia and Ibu Silvana will be joining us on 9 a.m. because they have their morning class. And I also want to say hi to all the assistants here. Thank you. I am glad that you all can join this morning session. Okay, Mr. Manis and Mr. Firaj, this session is primarily aimed to the class of 2018 because next semester they will be on their final semester and they will have their internship period for about 4 to 6 months. And I think that they have to be prepared for accounting standard, including international financial reporting standard. Last but not least, I think to all my students, the class of 2018 and the class of 2019, I think that the class of 2019 will be joining us later because they have their morning class. Thank you for joining us this morning session. We have a great speaker who will update us on international financial reporting standard topic. Please enjoy the session. Back to you, Aser. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we just heard an opening speech from Mrs. Mutiha, and we would like to say thank you.
And for the next one, it is my pleasure to introduce to the audience the profile of our speakers for today. The first speaker is Mr. Manish Kirwani. Mr. Manish Kirwani has been an ACCA member since 2001. He's the CEO and founder of London School of Accountancy and Finance, the only Gold ILP in Indonesia. He was the first Indonesian to complete the ACCA qualification in the shortest time frame of 2 years.
And some of his notable working experience is from 2019 to now. He is the CEO and founder of PT London Global Consulting, and also the CFO of Benas Yogyakarta Media, and also the CEO and founder of LSAF Global Pte Ltd Singapore from 2017 until now.
And for his education background, in 2009, Mr. Manish earned Master of Science in Professional Accountancy from University of London. He's also the ACCI member. He achieved Cambridge A-level certification for 3 A-level subjects and 1 AS level certification. And he also achieved Cambridge A-level certification for 8 A-level subjects. And here are his certification and training.
Let's head straight to the second speaker, Mr. Firas John. I would like to introduce Mr. Firas John by reading his curriculum vitae. Mr. Firas John is a young, ambitious, and a highly motivated lifelong student who is looking to leverage his vast analytical and calculative skills and knowledge in the role of accounting and finance to improve the overall success of an organization. For his notable working experience, first one is there is LSIF Global, more known as Asia Pacific from 2018 until now, as an audit and assurance senior associate and IFRS consultant. And the second one is London School of Accountancy and Finance from 2016 until now, as a lecturer for modules, accounting and business, financial accounting, and financial reporting with average passing rate of 90%.
For his education, Mr. John earned Master of Science in Professional Accountancy in University of London. He's also the ACCI member since 2016 until 2020. He also achieved Bachelor of Science with honors in Applied Accounting at Oxford Brookes University, and many more. His achievement and awards.
All right, so without further ado, let's head to our main session for today. Please allow us to invite Mr. Manish Kitwani to deliver his material for today.
Mr. Manish Kitwani, the stage is yours.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. It's such an honor to be here. Can you confirm if my voice is clear, because I'm using two different internets, just to be sure?
Loud and clear, sir.
It's loud and clear. Okay. So thank you, Bu Mutia. You're such a great partner. LSF and Focus UI have been collaborating since the past year. And we had the first batch of students who will be going for exams in the coming week. So we are praying that they will succeed, and they will be a good role model, like what you said earlier. We also have exciting opportunities, like what I mentioned to Bu Mutiha, that our partners, Shinewing Indonesia, is asking us to recruit at least 15 participants for internship in the coming year. So if there are candidates who are keen to do internship in an audit firm, within our network of Hadi Broto Consulting, London Global Consulting, and Shinewing Indonesia, do let us know. So it's a great opportunity. So I'll try to switch between Indonesia and English. Remind me if I'm speaking too much of English, ya. Saya akan coba untuk be as much Indonesian as possible, yeah, since I've already won the batik, so I have to stay focused, yeah. So hari ini I have my colleague, Mr. Viraj, who will also share apa yang menjadi IFRS updates yang akan sangat dibutuhkan untuk ketika kalian internship. Itu ada beberapa IFRS updates yang we have to know as part of our daily audit work or as an accountant. Yeah, so we need to know what's the latest updates, because IFRS is regularly updating itself. Yeah, one of the key updates and key understanding of IFRS adalah mengenai conceptual framework. Ya, seperti kita tahu, IFRS adalah International Financial Reporting Standards. So there are standards and there is also a framework. So framework itu adalah dasar dari pemikiran atau prinsip for menjalankan suatu laporan keuangan. So it's important to understand dasar-dasar prinsip itu. Later akan dijelaskan oleh Mr. Viraj. So this conceptual framework gives us a foundation. Jadi sometimes if we are not sure that there are certain things are covered by a standard, then we should go back to the conceptual framework. One of the interesting things, salah satu update adalah definisi dari aset itu sendiri. Ya, aset was previously a resource controlled by the entity. Ya, artinya resource means sumber daya controlled by the entity. Ya, dikontrol oleh entity. Now they are very specific mention bahwa ini adalah economic resource. So tidak perlu menjadi physical asset, tapi bisa juga menjadi hak. Segala macam hak itu bisa juga dikatakan sebagai aset. Karena it's economic, because economic resource means you have a right to use certain things. Karena ini sejalan dengan your PSAK 73, which is IFRS 16. Ya, leasing. Karena sekarang semua sewa lebih dari 12 bulan itu sudah dikategorikan sebagai hak untuk hak pakai untuk aset itu. So we have to menjadikan sebagai aset. So ada perubahan definisi. Ya, ada perubahan di dalam, biasa kita suka bilang probable. Segala aset adalah resource yang akan membawa probable future income to the company. Sekarang we don't use that word anymore, probable, but it is a resource yang have a potential to bring income to the entity. Ya. So dulu kayak seperti IS 37, we used to say kalau probable baru we recognize the liability or asset. Ya, tapi conceptual framework have changed the definition. Ya, so bagaimana kita approach IFRS? IFRS is not a set of rules. Ya, jadi jangan berpikir ketika di klien bahwa ini tidak boleh, ini boleh, ini tidak boleh. It's important to ask the client, can you explain the substance of this transaction? Karena sometimes client suka memasukkan semua sebagai dalam legalitas. Ya, for example, redeemable preference shares. Ya, kita suka bilang, how do we recognize redeemable preference shares? Secara legal itu adalah bentuk saham, tapi secara substansi karena kita redeemable harus bayar balik kepada shareholder itu, artinya itu adalah utang. Same like if you have convertible loan, ya, artinya ada loan yang bisa dikonversi menjadi saham. So itu legalnya it is a loan, tapi secara substansi itu sebagian adalah loan, sebagian adalah komponen saham. Lalu kita harus split. Jadi it's important to always question, can you tell me the substance of this transaction? Atau sometimes kita harus guide klien bahwa substansi dari transaksi ini apa gitu. Yeah, so can I invite Mr. Viraj to help us screen through the conceptual framework and all the changes. My role will be to explain the application or the challenges yang dihadapi pada saat praktisnya. Yeah, so that's what my role will be. So Mr. Viraj, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Manish. Good morning, everyone. Selamat pagi. Thank you, Bu Mutiha, also for arranging the session for all of us. Hari ini kita akan memulai dengan conceptual framework, and this is also one of the hot topics in the accounting world also. This topic was actually from the 90s, yeah, meaning from even sebelum abad 21 or abad 20, the concept was already there. However, di tahun 2018, di bulan Maret, this is when the IASB, or the International Accounting Standard Board, issued a revision towards the conceptual framework. Jadi pagi ini kita akan memulai dengan mendalami conceptual framework sebelum kita akan memasuk ke beberapa IFRS, which we believe is going to be very important for everyone when you start or when you jump into the corporate world. Yeah, so I'm going to, please allow me to share screen, yeah, as I start the presentation on the IFRS updates. Can I just confirm if my screen is visible?
Yeah. It is.
Please, yeah.
You can do full screen.
Yeah. Oke. Kalau kita bicara tentang conceptual framework, the conceptual framework starts with the objective. Kalau kita melihat laporan keuangan, what is the first thing that comes to our mindset? We see a lot of numbers. Angka bisa dari ratusan ribu ke ratusan triliun. We can see a story of a business. Kami dari beberapa angka, kami bisa melihat cerita perusahaan. From, some of their struggles, dari utang, from their cash flow position, from their asset position, dari liability pajak. This is what we call as a story. And so when we talk about the objective of financial reporting, the aim is to ensure that it is useful in making decisions. And di semua perusahaan ada beberapa stakeholder, dari manager, pemegang saham, from suppliers, from banks. These are all stakeholders in a business. So conceptual framework starts with the objective here. Okay, and so our main objective is to ensure that decisions can be made. Keputusan bisa diambil melalui angka yang bisa dilihat dalam laporan keuangan. So this is one of the main objectives of
Mr.
our
Viraj,
yes.
if I may just comment on the objective. Yeah, so with the conceptual framework yang 2018, the new change, one of the key perubahan mengenai objektif adalah dulu was mengenai fokusnya adalah fungsi kita sebagai providing information that is relevant for making decision, ya, keputusan bahwa apakah mau tetap lanjut untuk providing resource to the entity. Nah, di 2018 mereka reintroduce the concept of stewardship. Ya, so with that stewardship artinya jadi ketika kita buat laporan keuangan itu adalah akuntabilitas management stewardship, manajemen punya akuntabilitas kepada shareholders ya yang sudah investasikan. Tapi juga mengenai memberikan informasi kepada orang-orang yang akan invest. Artinya fokusnya bukan kepada yang sudah lewat, yang sudah past, tapi sudah juga fokusnya untuk future prospect. So jadi it serves two objectives now. Dulu was all about stewardship. Now the focus is also about prospects. Nah, apa dampaknya dari itu ketika kita bekerja, hal-hal yang berhubungan dengan future. For example, ketika klien sedang melihat ada project-project tahun lalu bagus, tapi tahun ini berdampak karena COVID, maybe they do not have enough projects, ya, their projects are in stop. So we have to look, kalau kita hanya bilang, wah ini bagus, semua itu bagus tahun lalu. Tapi kalau tahun ini sedang tidak bagus, we have to also give that as a disclosure information. Atau bisa juga berdampak kepada impairment dari aset-aset yang mereka umumkan di dalam laporan keuangan. Maybe receivables-nya udah tidak bisa ditagih, maybe aset-aset yang mereka punya, engines yang mereka punya tidak bisa digunakan, ya. So artinya mereka impact-nya itu bisa past accountability and also dampak ke depannya. Jadi ketika di klien sering-sering melihat apa yang sedang terjadi sekarang dan ke depannya. Harus tanya klien mengenai planning ke depannya apa planning ke depannya untuk bisnis ini apa, that kind of question. Is my voice clear, Viraj?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I just wanted to say that with regard to objective because that has changed.
Ya. Jadi pagi ini kita akan mendalami ISB Conceptual Framework in all these different categories. Kami memulai dengan underlying assumptions before we go to the fundamental qualitative characteristics, enhancing qualitative characteristics, dan seperti yang Sir Manish menyampaikan, perubahan di beberapa definisi which shapes the world of accounting here. Kami memulai dengan underlying assumption of the framework, which is what we call as going concern. Going concern is something which is so important here, especially in a time where it is in a COVID era, like Mr. Manish has said, that kami di minggu ini aja kita udah melihat beberapa toko retail dan so many businesses globally that has been affected because of this pandemic here. And you know, sometimes foreseeable future can even be seen here. Jadi basis kita membikin, or the way we prepare financial statements itself might be affected if we do not have the status of going concern here. When we have the status of going concern, jadi we can assure that setidaknya di dalam 12 bulan yang akan mendatang, the business is still going to exist here. Or the official terminology, we call it is foreseeable future. So that is why kalau kita membicara laporan keuangan, we have terms like non-current assets, non-current liabilities. Ini adalah utang, which is jangka panjang. Agree, this is for over more than 12 months. So in order to apply those concepts, the underlying assumption that we first talk about is going concern here. Yeah, so going concern is an assumption that perusahaan akan melanjut beroperasi selama 12 bulan up to the foreseeable future here.
Ya, so Biraj, nanti di klien kita harus sering tanya mengenai likuiditas ya, karena itu yang affect mostly about the going concern. Kalau parent company tidak bisa mendukung anak perusahaannya atau tidak memberikan comfort letter atau assurance letter, itu kita akan meragukan going concern-nya, dan itu akan mengganti seluruh laporan keuangan. Laporan keuangan tidak bisa dibikin berdasarkan historical concept anymore. Harus semua on fair value or breakup basis gitu ya.
Yeah, so like what Sir Manish has said, when you guys are in the field and you know, kalau melihat laporan keuangan, the cash balance is minimum, tapi utang jangka pendek itself is so high. So this should be the first red flag that you will see. Yeah, they will at least need a supporting letter from the holding company or the parent company to support the business. Kami lanjut ke fundamental qualitative characteristics, and the fundamental qualitative characteristics di dalam ISB conceptual framework dibagi ke dua part. Yang pertama adalah relevance. Ya, kalau kita bicara relevance, we ask ourselves, is it capable of influencing a decision? Apakah putusan kita is it capable of changing our decision here? Ya, jadi misalnya, for example, if you are talking about a printer, let's say there is a printer di dalam perusahaan which was had an electrical issue and caught on fire, misalnya kebakar, for example. To what extent is it going to be relevant? Compare a printer dengan mesin yang harganya misalnya 8 miliar. So surely one might be more relevant than the other one. So when we talk about relevant, we have to ask ourselves, is it capable of making a difference? Ya, nanti kalau sudah mulai audit fieldwork, or you know, whichever company you might be in, there can be cases also where there is rounding errors here and there. Rounding error of 0.99, rounding error of small amount. So again, we have to ask ourselves, is it relevant or is it capable of influencing a decision here? Yeah, so this is what we call about relevance here. Now, when we talk about faithful representation, seperti yang Mr. Manish sudah sampaikan, kami sekarang melihat bukan cuma dari sisi legalitas, but we also see the substance of the transaction. Misalnya kalau kita ngomongin convertible loan notes mengasih hak kepada holder untuk memilih kalau mau duit balik or you actually want shares in the business here. So legally, it is still considered as a loan, but in substance, the IFRS 9, or what we call as PSAK 71, this is where they require us to split here. Yeah, so when we talk about faithful representation also, we have a concept of maximum extent of being complete, neutral, and free from error. Yeah, maximum extent. Because, you know, at the end of the day, a lot of accounting data comes from humans itself. So there could be cases where there is error, for example. So that is why they use the word maximum extent, yeah, of being complete, neutral, and also free from error here. Yeah. So these are our two fundamental qualitative characteristics here. Yeah. The conceptual framework, we also have 4 enhancing qualitative characteristics. Yeah. The first one is what we talk about is verifiability. If you see a number, when you guys see laporan keuangan misalnya, there is a cash balance of 550 juta, for example. Or let's say you see a laporan keuangan, how do you ensure that the numbers are actually correct? Yeah, so this is where we talk about the concept of verifiability. Yeah, something which is so important, it says different knowledgeable and independent observers could reach consensus that a particular depiction is faithfully represented here. Yeah, so this is also such a powerful definition when we talk about verifiability.
Yeah. Mr. Viraj, in the practice verifiability, our bahasa di lapangan kan boleh minta supporting document untuk untuk mendukung angka ini, atau mereka bilang bahwa inventory kita nilainya lebih dari cost, tidak berkurang dari cost, ya kan, karena kita harus melakukan NRV test, ya. So kita salah satu hal di sini, can you give me salah satu contoh tawaran dari calon buyer untuk aset ini? Bahwa Anda bilang cost-nya $10, tapi apakah ada tawaran yang menawarkan lebih dari $10? Mungkin ada yang tawar 12, 13. Mereka kalau nggak bisa kasih verifiability itu, dia bilang, oh tawaran kita maksimum so far baru 9, tapi kami yakin that kita bisa jual lebih dari artinya keyakinan itu is not verifiable. Ya kan, semua sesuatu yang verifiable itu yang bisa didokumentasikan. Jadi itu sangat penting ya, about asking to verify apa yang dikatakan klien.
Yeah, as 2021 is also going to approach very soon, so I believe many people in the field of accounting dan audit juga akan memulai stock opnam, stock take. And you know, verifiability is also something so crucial here. Ya, akan ada beberapa transaksi yang ada di stock list, tapi kemungkinan tidak ada di physical site. Or could be the other way around. In physical site, barangnya ada, but it is not actually there on the stock list here. So that is why the concept of verifiability is so important here. Yeah. We next go to the concept of comparability. Comparability means that kalau saya mau membandingkan perusahaan saya dengan perusahaan kompetitor atau perusahaan saya dengan tahun sebelumnya, I should be able to identify what is similar and what is different. Yeah, what is similar, what is different. Now, this is what we talk, or what we go into more detail of accounting policy or accounting estimates here, yang kita akan membahas di bab selanjutnya. And you know, comparability is so crucial because there could be kemungkinan ada perusahaan X yang depresiasi aset 10 tahun. There could be another company which depreciates the same or similar asset tapi 8 tahun. So the way you compare one company or the other company, atau dari 1 tahun laporan keuangan dengan tahun sebelumnya, you should be able to understand apa yang sama dan apa perbedaan di antara dua laporan keuangan tersebut, ya.
Exactly.
Yeah, that is why kalau kita
I want to ask the students one question, ya, kalau bisa dijawab di chat box, ya. Talking about comparability. Yeah, so we have a machine. Is my voice breaking up, Mr. Viraj?
No, sir. Clear, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
We have a machine yang dia punya life itu dikatakan bahwa life-nya itu 24 tahun. Ya, 24 tahun. Tapi setiap 8 tahun itu kita harus mengganti dia punya komponen secara besar-besaran ya. Satu mesin anggap aja itu $1 juta, tapi untuk mengganti komponen itu perlu $800.000, for example, ya. Nah, setiap 8 tahun melakukan begitu. So, kita pernah ditanyakan, apakah dia aset ini life-nya itu 8 tahun atau 24 tahun? Ya, ini kebetulan berhubungan dengan mesin pembangkit tenaga listrik, salah satu klien kami. So, I want to ask the students, kalau kita ketika ingin tahu bagaimana life of this asset, apakah harusnya 8 tahun, PwC mengatakan ini 8 tahun, BDO mengatakan ini 24 tahun. Mr. Viraj, kita pernah terjebak di situasi itu ya. Ya, so I want to know, kira-kira dari klien, dari murid-murid di sini, nanti ketika Anda di praktek, apa yang Anda akan lakukan kalau ada perdebatan mengenai life of the asset? Apakah 8 tahun atau 24 tahun? How will you decide? Coba sambil mungkin yang ada di sini bisa tulis di chat box, atau apakah MC bisa allow the participants untuk unmute supaya kita bisa diskusi?
Yes, sir. For the audience, if there is any opinion, you can unmute your mic and just straightforward say your answer.
Okay. Sure. Awesome. Nah, any suggestions? Atau kita mau panggil Sheila nih, Sheila is here, right?
Maybe you can ask the students who come to your office also, Mr. Manis. Because you already treat them lunch.
Oh, okay, you know them, yeah?
Yeah.
That, yeah?
Dinda and Asar told me. Thank you, Mr. Manis.
Sure. Siapa Bu namanya? I forgot some of their names.
Dinda, Asar, Asar.
Oh, yes, I remember.
Siapa lagi Asar? Dinda.
Asar, are you here, Asar?
Yes, I am your master of ceremony, sir.
So, yes, I remember.
So you think that we cannot be us ya, Asar ya?
So Asar, come on, can I hear your opinion?
Yes,
Pembangkit tenaga listrik 8 tahun atau 24 tahun?
Berapa ya? I think maybe it's 24 years, sir, according to the size of the asset.
Tapi setiap 8 tahun harus mengganti semua major komponen, kalau nggak dia tidak bisa hidup.
Oh yes, every 8 years, setiap 8 tahun komponennya diganti. Pemeliharaan.
Komponen harus diganti secara besar-besaran.
Right.
So,
I think I have to do more research, sir. But as far as I know, maybe every 8 years they should replace the components of the asset.
So masa hidupnya 8 tahun atau 24 tahun? Ada keputusannya
8 tahun, tapi mungkin bisa ditambah. You can add the bisa ditambah masa hidupnya.
Mungkin bisa ditambah, ya. Karena setiap 8 tahun karena komponennya diganti, itu dia bisa dipakai lagi another 8 tahun. Di komponen diganti bisa dipakai another 8 tahun. Jadi akhirnya kita ambil keputusan waktu itu, it's based by comparability. Kalau kita compare pembangkit tenaga listrik ini dengan pembangkit tenaga listrik yang dipakai contohnya di PLN, ya, kita tanya based on we ask our friends yang doing audit for PLN, pembangkit tenaga listrik rata-rata secara industri, what is the masa hidup yang dipakai di laporan keuangan. Rata-rata kita dapat surat bahkan dari yang membuat aset itu, which is General Electric, bilang bahwa aset ini secara tertulis verifiability is 24 tahun. Kita cek di comparability dengan engine yang ada di PLN also 24 tahun. So we have comparable something to compare to. So itu yang kita pakai dasar menjadi 24 tahun akhirnya. Ya, so Viraj, please continue.
Ya, jadi seperti Sir Manish juga bilang, we have to understand the impact. Kalau kita depresiasi dibagi 8 tahun or 24 years, there could be a major difference to your expense, ya. So when we talk about accounting treatments, accounting policies, we also have to be careful of impact, ya. Okay, we move on to the next enhancing qualitative characteristic, which is understandability. Di dalam laporan keuangan akan ada beberapa terminology atau beberapa kalkulasi yang is going to be a bit difficult to understand. Misalnya kalau kita ngomongin PSAK 71, for example, which talks about financial instruments. This is a very complicated standard. In a sense that so many people itself tidak mengerti what is meant by financial asset, what is meant by convertible instruments, what is meant by the risk, the expected credit loss. So whenever we talk about laporan keuangan, we have to make sure that it is understandable in a sense that it can be easily classified, characterized, and presented clearly. That is why kalau kita membicara laporan keuangan, something which a lot of people sometimes lupa untuk melihat is the disclosure notes. Because the disclosure notes is where the detail of the story is. Misalnya, if there is a legal case, for example, satu client kita is actually taking us to court, that will all have to be presented in the disclosure notes. Why? Sebagai stakeholder, we want, like what I said, dari laporan keuangan, we have to be able to tell a story of the business here. Yeah, but we have to understand that even though akan ada beberapa data dan informasi yang akan lebih susah untuk to understand here, if it is important and if it is a requirement in IFRS, it must be included also. Ya, jadi walaupun it is complicated, for example, maybe kalau kita melihat laporan keuangan akan ada section dengan foreign currency risk atau interest rate risk, in which it is not very easy to understand it directly, because you need to see the list of assets and liabilities and you have to see the impact of it. Later, for audit also, we have testings and we also have presentation on that also. But because it is a requirement di dalam IFRS 9, so that is why it will still have to be shown di dalam laporan keuangan. Yeah, so this is when we use the word understandability as an enhancing characteristic. Yeah. And the last one, sebelum kita mendalami definisi-definisi which shapes the accounting world, is timeliness. Okay, in a sense that if data or if laporan keuangan is not made on time, then it might lose its value. It is going to be more valuable if it is made on time here. Yeah, that is why we have deadlines for filing. Di beberapa negara, we have deadline for filing. We have deadlines untuk tax filing also. So that is why when we talk about financial information, it is so important that it is prepared on time. Yeah, because businesses can change so fast. So that is why the sooner it is, the more relevant or the more helpful it can be. Yeah. Selanjutnya kita akan mendalami the 5 financial statements. Yeah, I'm sure everyone is aware. We have the profit or loss and other comprehensive income. We have the sometimes known as laba rugi, the statement of financial position here. We have the changes in equity, pergerakan modal. We have the statement of cash flows also, which is so important. Later we will be learning about IAS 7 also in our session. and also the disclosure notes. Like what I say, this is where the bigger picture or the bigger story of everything comes into place. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Beberapa elemen of financial position, you have assets, liability, equity, profit or loss, you have income and expense. And walaupun ini adalah something which, sebagai murid akuntansi, I'm sure we all are aware of this, the definitions are a bit tricky here. Ya, jadi kami sekarang akan mendalami dan kita akan membandingkan definisi aset dari tahun 2010, which was there in the 2010 conceptual framework, and the newest one, which was just launched in 2018. Yeah. Okay, so if you guys can see in my screen, yeah, we first see the 2010 conceptual framework. Yeah, this is a resource controlled by the entity as a result of past events, and from which future economic benefits are expected to flow. Maybe I will exit the slideshow so I can just give a highlight in between here. Yeah, I want us to focus in two key things here. The definisi 2010, the word which was very important, which they used, was expected to flow. The definisi 2018, when we talk about the definition of an asset, it has been changed potential to produce. Okay, and kalau kita membandingkan, what is the difference between these two? What is the difference between these two here? Seperti Sir Manish sudah jelasin, also the definition of 2018 is a present economic resource controlled by an entity. So when we talk about economic resource, that means tidak perlu menjadi aset, which is you can see physically, no. Yeah, but even when we have right to use assets, when we have financial instruments, ini bisa masuk sebagai definisi aset here. Okay, so this is one of the things which I'm going to highlight first, because the slide yang setelah ini we're going to understand what is the impact of this. Yeah, what is going to be the problem.
So Viraj, I want to make a quick comment about these definitions, karena dampaknya itu kepada beberapa standar ya, beberapa ini. So it's like this ya. Jadi kalau ditanya Pak, nanti kita menggunakan definisi ini aset sesuai dengan conceptual framework, atau kita menggunakan recognition criteria yang ada di standar-standar masing-masing. So which one do we use? We use the standards one, we use the standards, atau we use the conceptual framework. Ya, so the jawaban is untuk standar-standar yang secara spesifik sudah memberikan arahan mengenai recognition criteria, itu tetap kita menggunakan standar. For example, AS 37, which is provision, itu sudah bilang bahwa kita akan merecognize semua kewajiban yang probabilitasnya tinggi untuk menjadi akan mengeluarkan economic outflow. Ya, artinya akan ada probabilitasnya akan tinggi that we have to pay. So if a client sue us atau customer sue us, kalau berdasarkan tingkat probabilitas bahwa kemungkinan kita akan kalah di pengadilan, itu berdasarkan itu kita mencatat kewajiban. Karena AS 37 have a specific recognition criteria. Jangan dibingungkan dengan definisi yang ada di sini, karena kita sudah ada arahan conceptual framework atau standard. Kalau ada perbedaan, ikutin standard. Tapi there are some areas where we do not have a standard. For example, in IFRS 3, ketika kita melakukan konsolidasi, when we do konsolidasi, segala macam aset yang bisa membawa benefit, even things like sekarang kita kan sekarang ada yang namanya customer database ya, banyak platform yang membanggakan bahwa kita ada 1 juta user, kita ada beberapa juta user. Itu kan menjadi suatu customer database. Nah, we have a right ketika si parent company mengambil alih perusahaan, kan they have a right to use the database. Nah, itu kan menjadi suatu aset. Nah, di IFRS 3 dikatakan disuruh ikutin definisi conceptual framework. Jadi definisi aset sesuai dengan jadi segala aset yang tadinya tidak bisa dipakai tidak bisa diakui di laporan keuangan perusahaan masing-masing, tapi pada saat konsolidasi bisa karena disuruh ikutin definisi ini. So even customer relationship management, customer database, hal-hal itu kita bisa recognize. Nah, dampaknya adalah ketika konsolidasi kita recognize this asset. Tapi begitu sudah selesai konsolidasi, ada kemungkinan besar setelah konsolidasi terjadi requirement to do impairment review. Karena secara per entity itu kan harus tetap apply standar. Nah, as per the standard, ketika kita ikutin IAS 37, aset harus ada probability untuk kita receive income. Jadi there is a risk bahwa dengan adanya definisi baru ini, pada saat konsolidasi asetnya tinggi, setelah konsolidasi, post-acquisition, tiba-tiba ada day 2 impairment. Langsung ada impairment of all these assets. Ya. So, jadi jangan kaget ketika lihat konsolidasi, kok pada saat konsolidasi banyak aset, setelah konsolidasi pada di-impair semua. Karena itu ada ini. So, you have to advise the client bahwa tolong melihat apa aset-aset yang sebenarnya yang bisa dipertahankan di pembukuan karena it will have too much of volatility ya karena ini dampak dari pembaruan definisi ini. It's quite controversial ini, Mr. Viraj.
Yeah. If we move on to the definition of liability, we call it as utang, the previous definition of liability, we call it as a present obligation of the entity arising from past event, the settlement of which is expected to result in an outflow. Again, expected in an outflow. Tapi definisi yang 2018 has one major change here. Yeah, has one major change. Jadi di definisi 2018, they have the main definition. Okay. When we talk about obligation, sekarang there is a sub-definition here, which is a duty of responsibility that an entity has no practical ability to avoid. In simple terms, we cannot run away from it.
Yeah.
And mendalami definisi liability, they also have a supporting concept for liability here. Jadi, the official terminology is in blue here in my text. Tapi kita bisa mendapatkan 3 kesimpulan dari definisi tersebut. Yang pertama, we talk about the case that a liability atau obligasi should be recognized sebagai perusahaan kami sudah mendapatkan economic benefits or action has been taken here. So this is the first criteria to recognize a liability. Second, karena kami sudah mendapatkan barang atau service tersebut, it will may have to transfer. Dan yang ketiga, seperti saya sudah jelaskan, it has no practical ability to avoid. That means we cannot run away from it. There is no choice that we have to do here.
Yeah. So I'm mau tanya question nih to the students ya. Kalau ada klien bilang kami kita nggak puas nih dengan salah satu supplier kita kecewa dengan supplier ini. Terus kami tidak mau mengakui utang untuk supplier ini. Boleh nggak kita nggak catat liability atau utang kepada si supplier ini? Padahal di secara kontrak semua sudah ada, pernah ada pembukuan, tapi tahun ini si klien minta untuk dihapus utangnya. Siapa yang bisa ditanya nih? MC bantu pilih coba, MC yang pilih nih. Kan tadi saya sudah tanya. So you can help me choose.
kalau nggak cus, nanti Aser lagi yang jawab.
So,
Alia, will you help me to choose?
oh gitu ya, lempar lagi.
Hmm.
Ayo siapa? Atau Ali aja?
Me, okay.
Gimana? What do you think? Kalau klien bilang begitu tuh, klien bilang bahwa kita nggak setuju dengan si supplier ini, kita nggak merasa, kita nggak ada rencana mau bayar si perusahaan ini. Apakah kita boleh menghapus utang dari utangnya klien kepada si vendor ini? Karena dia merasa dia nggak akan transfer, dia nggak akan bayar si supplier itu, ya kita mau hapus aja utangnya gitu.
I'm not really sure, but I think we still have to recognize the liability, but it said that the entity has already obtained economic benefits. So I'm still confused.
Apa you said what? Apa? You said the company already have the economic benefits kan?
Yeah.
Tapi si klien nggak merasa dia nggak menerima benefits ya.
Yeah. So give a minute.
Ya kan, kalau look at number 1 already obtained, ya kan, tapi ini mau di-argue sama klien. Terus number 2, it will or may have to transfer. Dia bilang saya nggak mau transfer ke klien ini, vendor ini. It has no practical ability to avoid the transfer.
I think I'm gonna go with we still have to recognize the liability.
Nah, terus sampai titik mana kita bisa not recognize the liability? Kalau klien tetap insist nih, do we need confirmation from the supplier bahwa mereka tidak menagih ke klien ini?
Yes,
we need the confirmation.
We need ya. Tapi kalau kita mau kirim confirmation letter ke supplier untuk mengconfirm, klien melarang. Klien bilang jangan, nanti dia malah mau coba menagih kalau Bapak konfirmasi.
You're waking up the lion.
You're waking up the lion, dia bilang. Ya, so Bu Mutiha, ini beberapa issues that we face di lapangan, Bu.
Ya, jadi one of the concepts that we do.
Klien itu suka minta kita untuk hapus utang ya, tapi ini based on the new definition, karena ada kata-kata bukan probabilitas lagi nih, it is potential and has no practical ability to avoid. Kalau secara legal you still owe, you have a contract signed, you cannot have any practical ability to avoid this transfer. So you have to help the client understand, kita nggak bisa Pak menghapus utang sampai dengan si vendornya itu confirm. Gitu. Ya, Wiraj ya, we face the situation.
So that is why sometimes in the field kami juga mengirim negative confirmation ya. So in cases also.
Udahlah, jangan ajarin negative confirmation.
Yeah, that is the last.
Karena negative confirmation our last resort. Kalau si supplier nggak jawab 1 kali, 2 kali, dianggap bahwa supplier sudah confirm bahwa tidak ada utang. Ya, tapi itu our last resort kali ya. Tapi as per definition.
Correct.
Yeah.
Jadi.
Okay, next.
We move on and we ask ourselves, kenapa perlu direvisi? What was the need to revise the definition? So I go back here again to the definition of an asset, for example. You see, definisi yang diperbarukan di Conceptual Framework 2010, actually it derives from dari tahun 1989. And the word expected to flow, kalau kita melihat kalimat expected to flow, we will definitely think of a percentage. Agree? Mungkin di atas 50%. For some people, it might be higher than that. So the board or the IASB said that actually when we were making this definition, we did not have a minimum threshold in mind. So that is one of the reasons why they actually revised the definition here. Yeah, jadi what is the main difference is they removed the word expected in a lot of cases and they replaced it with the term potential. Ya, karena ada beberapa stakeholder yang merasa that when we talk about the word expected, there is a minimum percentage attached to it. Yeah, so that is why they revised the definitions. However, does this relate to controversy? Yes. Yeah, this is controversial karena sekarang kalau aset atau obligasi, walaupun even though the chance is low, it can still be recognized in the framework here. Yeah, so that is why the IASB also has a specific guidance on this. Ya, dan seperti yang Sir Manish sudah sampaikan, it conflicts with some standard. Misalnya di dalam IAS 16, we use the word probable a lot of times. Kalau kita membahas aset tetap. In IAS 38, intangible assets, we also use the word probable. In IAS 12, if we want to have a tax rebate, misalnya, there needs to be probable that there is going to be future profit to offset kerugian kita di dalam tahun tersebut. So the word probable is still there. So that is why this definition has led to some conflicts with standards. Yeah, however, if the standard already specifies, then we will follow the standard.
Standard,
Yeah,
yes, correct.
we will still
correct.
follow the standard here. Yeah. Okay, so this is the main differences di dalam conceptual framework. This is the biggest problems which came from this new revision here. Yeah. We just look at some other definitions. Equity, tidak ada perubahan. It is still the same definition here. It is the residual interest in an asset after deducting its liability. Yeah, this is your rumus akuntansi. I'm sure in your first day of accounting, this is something that you would learn. Yeah, your accounting equation. And then we go to some other definitions such as income. Okay, di dalam Conceptual Framework 2018, income is defined as an increase in assets or a decrease in liability that results in increase in equity. Ya, kalau kita mendapat penjualan, at the end of the day, your sales can impact your profit. Your profit will impact your retained earnings. Your retained earnings is part of equity. Agree? So at the end of the day, it is going to affect your equity one way or another here. Yeah? But it is outside those relating to contributions from holders of equity. Jadi kalau kami menerbitkan saham baru or when we raise capital, that is not considered as an income here. Yeah? And similar to...
So Mr. Bilal, I think ini fokusnya lebih ke ini ya, nilai aset bisa ketika naik, itu juga dikatakan income tapi di dalam kategori other comprehensive income.
Yeah.
You know, so students have to know the meaning of the word other comprehensive income karena sometimes ada bisnis yang secara profit itu not doing good ya. Contohnya perhotelan, ya perhotelan mungkin profitnya nggak banyak gitu ya, or maybe less, or maybe dia at a loss sekarang ya, tapi nilai aset, nilai tanah yang mereka ada itu naik ya karena berdasarkan harga pasar, so they have asetnya mereka increase, so they have other comprehensive income yang dimunculkan, makanya dipisah supaya jelas si investor yang sedang bagus itu adalah apa? Apakah si business profitnya atau cuman karena nilai asetnya yang naik, makanya ada other comprehensive income. So ini dipisah, that's why income has been clearly defined, bahwa as income itu increase in asset, mau itu dari economic benefits yang based on jual beli seperti sebelumnya, definisi sebelumnya, atau sekarang itu pokoknya asset itu increase, tetap dikatakan sebagai income tapi dibagi ya, ada yang business profit, ada yang other comprehensive income.
Yeah. We move on to the definition of expense, which is basically the opposite ya. Jadi kalau seperti Sir Manish bilang, kalau kita bicara aset seperti tanah, that means even if the fair value goes down, harga pasar turun, it is still considered as an expense for the business. Yeah, so this is what we call as a decrease in assets here, or an increase in liability. Ya, kalau dengan satu cara atau tersebut, there is a liability which is going up. Misalnya kami harus membayar bunga bank misalnya. And you know your entry is you will debit your interest, you will credit your liability also attached to it. Yeah, so this is still considered as an expense in the framework here. Yeah, other than those relating to distributions to holder. Jadi kalau kita membayar dividen, it is not classed as an expense. Yeah, but we will be recording it for changes in equity. Okay, so these are more or less your definitions under the conceptual framework. The biggest change yang kita sudah sampaikan is to the definition of assets and liabilities, yeah. And you should understand also the conflicts or the problems it can bring also with this definition. Yeah. Di topik pertama yang kita akan membahas, we are going to end with our measurements here. Yeah, so we are going to be talking about historical costs, current costs, fair value, and also your value in use. Ini adalah 4 perbedaan yang disampaikan di dalam conceptual framework here. Yeah. When we talk about historical cost, this is the most basic. Ya, ini adalah dari harga di dalam transaksi tersebut ya. So generally we have invoices or we have other supporting documents to actually prove this. Yeah, invoice, maybe in some other assets you have paperwork, also documents. So when we talk about historical costs, it is the price from the transaction itself. Yeah, this is what we call as historical cost here. The second definition that we have is current cost. Current cost mempertanyakan kalau saya membeli aset tersebut, a similar asset today, how much would it cost me? Ya, jadi current cost is an entry price. Kalau kita membandingkan dengan fair value is an exit price. Jadi kalau saya menjual aset yang di dalam kondisi sekian hari ini, how much can I actually get? This is an exit price. Yeah. Sir Manish, anything you want to add in relation to this?
No, I think it's good. It's good enough.
Yeah. Di dalam fair value also, we have a standard called IFRS 13, which goes in more detail ya, on the 3 levels of fair value. Yang pertama adalah dari active market. It is a identical asset in an active market. Di level kedua, kalau kita membahas fair value, it is a similar asset. Yeah. Could be in an active or an inactive market here. And in your level 3, we talk about unidentifiable goods. This is a case yang kita bisa memakai konsep financial management seperti discounted cash flow untuk mendapatkan fair value of a particular asset. Yeah. And we go to the last one, which is value in use. Ini adalah definisi which is also so popular when a business does impairment testing. Value in use merupakan kalau saya memakai aset saya untuk beberapa tahun kemudian. Under IAS 36, it is advised for maximum of 5 years. Yeah, if I use my asset for the next 5 years, jumlah kas yang saya bisa mendapatkan is going to be how much? But because these are future cash flows, then I will have to bring it to present value. Ya, jadi sebelum kita mendalami IFRS tersebut, it is best to know all these differences first, ya. Okay, so just a summary, historical costs adalah transaksi di tanggal pembelian. That means we have supporting documents for this. Current cost is an entry price. Ya, fair value is an exit price. And value in use adalah value cash yang saya akan mendapatkan kalau saya seterusnya akan memakai aset saya untuk sekian tahun ke depan. Yeah, but it will have to be brought to present value using a certain criteria. Yeah. Anything from the floor? Any comments? Any concerns before we move on to our next topic here? Ya, ini adalah sebagai tambahan aja, ada beberapa definisi juga di dalam conceptual framework. First one is of course the blood of our accounting. Yeah, it's the accrual basis here. We have moved on from cash basis, now we are in accrual basis. Jadi walaupun duit belum masuk rekening bank, we can already still recognize the sale here. Same thing, when it is an expense, walaupun kita belum terima invoice dari supplier kita, we can already recognize it as an expense and accrediting an accrued expenses. Ya. Yang kedua adalah definisi prudence, which is not to overstate assets and not to overstate profits. Dan kalau kita membahas obligasi, utang, dan pengeluaran, also we cannot understate that. Ya, tapi sudah ada beberapa independent researchers which have said that sekarang definisi aset dan definisi liability bisa kontradik dengan konsep prudence. Yeah, so this is also one of the hot issues coming in the research world also. Ya, dan satu lagi transaksi yang one definition which is very important is substance over legal form yang kami sudah membahas. Ya, this is where we look at the nature, compare only to the legal status of the transaction. Ya, so these are the final definitions we have di dalam conceptual framework. Okay.
Okay, I think let's proceed. Because before the benefit of time, it's already 9:20.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Ya, jadi standar akuntansi pertama yang kita akan membelajar pagi ini adalah IAS 1, which talks about the presentation of financial statements. This standard basically guides classification. What is the difference between non-current asset, current asset, liability, non-current liability? Ya. Apa saja disclosure note yang kita perlu di dalam laporan keuangan. Ya, so this is just an example here. Okay, di dalam IAS 1, it starts with non-current assets as a header here, and then you have the different classes here. Non-current assets dibagi property, plant, and equipment, which are physical assets, intangible assets dipisahkan. We have financial assets also. Kita investments in equity instrument, kalau misalnya kita membeli saham di perusahaan X, for example, sekitar 10 atau 15%, this is considered as an equity instrument here. Yeah, it is differentiated also to current assets, dibagi juga based on inventory, receivables, nanti di lapangan kemungkinan ada other receivables, ya, cash and cash equivalents. And if you see here, yang kita membelajar the concept of comparability. Jadi kalau kita melihat laporan keuangan atau laporan audit, it is likely that there's always going to be a 2-year comparative. Ya, 2-year comparative here. Ya, dan di sisi selanjutnya kita melihat in the concept of equity and liability. Ya, jadi the structure goes first is equity. And then we go to NCI, this is assuming kalau laporan konsolidasi. And then we move on to non-current liabilities, ya, utang jangka panjang, and then obligasi jangka pendek, and then we go to total equity and liabilities here. Ya, same concept here, running table like this, dan harus ada comparability at least of 2 periods. Anything you want to add, Sir Manish, relating to the format?
Yeah, I think a lot of clients are asking us about other component of equity.
Yeah.
Jadi, so other component of equity ini isinya itu are all the revaluation gain or losses, anything besides the business profit. Ya, the regular, the normal course, the normal business profit itu masuknya ke other component of equity, things like, for example, giving share options, share-based payments, itu masuknya ke other component of equity. Klien-klien di Indonesia sering have this scenario of additional paid in capital, tapi not yet. It's not ready yet. It means it's still an option. Yeah, so it comes under other component of equity juga. Yeah. So remember that OCE itu adalah isinya adalah all the items yang ada di OCI di profit and loss. Jadi di profit and loss ada OCI, di dalam balance sheet atau SOFP is under OCE. Jadi jangan bingung dengar istilah OCI sama OCE. Yeah, it's same account.
Yeah, I think in the past beberapa klien has also proposed, can we offset? Misalnya kalau kita ada utang ke entity A, tapi kita juga ada piutang dari entity A also, for example. Is it allowed to be offset? So this is also a question which we come across oftentimes here. Ya, di dalam IFRS 9, or it is also listed in PSAK 71 here, you are allowed to offset assets and liabilities if, one, the intention of settlement is through offset. Ya, jadi kalau kebanyakan kalau kita ngomong misalnya intercompany loans. So a lot of times the holding company or the management, their intention is to settle it through offset. And second, is it legally allowed or not to do so? Yeah, so in order to offset liabilities and assets, those two criteria need to be met. Yeah. Kami melanjut here. In a case where we talk about this, how do we know that we have to separate, misalnya, property, plant, and equipment? Why do we have to separate it with other intangible assets? Kenapa nggak kita gabungin aja menjadi satu non-current assets, right? Some people might be asking this here. So IAS 1 has also given a guidance here where the nature is different. Yeah, satu adalah physical assets, the other one is intangible. This is where we have to disclose it separately. Yeah. Could be a case also where we talk about the functions within the entity here. Ada beberapa aset yang we get, which we use for our operations, misalnya inventory. Yeah, so we have to separate that from the other classes of current assets here. We cannot combine them all into one here. Yeah, so in order to decide, you have to consider three things. One, what is the nature? Yeah, then is it material or not? Is it capable of influencing a decision? Yang kedua, what is the use inside the entity? And ketiga is the timing here, which is also very important. Like what we all know, we have jangka panjang, jangka pendek, more than 12 months, less than 12 months here. Yeah, so this will all affect the what do you call this? The presentation under IAS 1. Misalnya kalau kita ngomongin IFRS 16, or we call this PSAK 73, which is your latest standard here. Kalau kita ngomongin lease liability, it is split to current and non-current, for example. So this again will affect the timing here. Karena akan ada komponen yang akan dibayar dalam 12 bulan ke depan. And there is going to be items which are going to be at more than 12 months. So this is where IAS 1 plays a role here. Yeah, this is where IAS 1 plays a role here.
So I ask a question, Virat, to
Sure.
the audience, to the class. If seandainya kita ada klien yang bilang bahwa kita ada gedung, tapi part of that gedung dari lantai 1 sampai lantai 12 itu disewakan, ya, ke pihak luar. For example, Bank UOB lah. UOB kan UOB Bank, a lot of the tenants are not UOB Bank itself, ya, disewa-sewakan ke kantor-kantor, ya. So itu akan masuk ke mana di balance sheet? Apakah masuk ke property, plant, equipment, atau ada any other kind of aset yang kita bisa masukkan. Kalau sebagian besar gedung itu masuk ke disewakan keluar. Nah, ini ada jawaban apa tadi? Property
Asset.
dari Raharji Mulia. Any other answers? Kalau gedung HQ building sebagian besar disewakan, where do we record that? Ini ada satu jawaban is property asset atau property plant and equipment ya, under IAS 16. Any other answer? Ayo. Harus alert ya. There is one more asset called investment property, yeah, which is IAS 40. Ya, jadi if your gedung is disewakan mostly ke other entity, other pihak lain, part of that asset itu tidak bisa dicatat di property, plant and equipment. Harus dicatat di IAS 40 investment property. Nah, bedanya apa? Investment property itu tidak ada penyusutan ya, Mr. Viraj.
Yes.
Yeah, there is no karena tujuan investment property itu is having rental income, having capital gain. Are you discussing investment property later?
No, sir. We will be discussing IAS 16.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. But just to let them know that there are so many clients in Indonesia itu rata-rata have this situation bahwa sebagian of their asset is rented out. Jadi itu nggak masuk ke PPE, tapi masuk ke investment property.
Yeah.
And there is no penyusutan for that.
Yeah.
Okay.
There could be cases also ya. Misalnya kalau di gedung, like Semanesh bilang 12 lantai, 10 lantai disewakan, tapi 2 lantai is actually being used by us.
Yeah.
So this is where you will have to split the standard also. One of the standards will use property, plant, and equipment. The other one is investment property. Dan akan juga ada situation where the asset is held for sale. Jadi kita ada standard IFRS 5, and when the criteria is met, jadi kita expect di dalam 12 bulan ke depan asetnya akan dijual. So we are going to get money from its sale rather than its use. So in cases like that, also the classification will change to current assets. Yeah, so there can be cases also where machines can be considered as current assets under the class of current assets if it is held for sale. Tapi again,
seperti ini ya, Unilever baru-baru jual dia punya aset Blue Band. Ya, Blue Band udah dijual, so divisi itu atau unit bisnis itu tidak bisa dicatat di property, plant and equipment, masuk ke IFRS 5 asset held for sale.
Yeah.
Okay, let's proceed. Yeah, Mr. Viraj, I think we have so many things to cover.
Yeah. Okay, then we also talk about disclosure notes. Ya, ini adalah beberapa general disclosure notes which is recommended by IAS 1, tapi standar akuntansi goes in more detail here. Ya, we have disclosure notes for PPE. Kita harus mencantumkan what are the different classes of PPE, misalnya useful life, apakah ada revisi dalam useful life, ya, pergerakan depresiasi dari awal tahun sampai akhir tahun. This is all documented here. Yeah, receivables is also broken down. If you see here, this is just written as trade receivables, right? Sometimes other receivables. But we also have to make disclosure notes on this. Apakah ini merupakan related party transaction? Is this aging more than 90 days? This is all will be there in the storybook as of the disclosure. Yeah. Inventory is also split, misalnya, to work in progress, ya, masih bahan baku, or whether it's a full item that is going to be in your disclosure notes here. Your provisions also, kalau misalnya there's a legal case or there is a scandal, one way or another, this is all going to be written down. And equity, capital, and reserve. This is very strict here. Yeah, the standard advises especially on jumlah saham yang sudah disetor, jumlah saham yang sudah dibayar, the types of shares, whether it's ordinary share or preference share, yeah, or it's additional paid-in capital, that needs detailed disclosures here. Ya.
Biraj, tanggal 1 Januari 2020, 2020, correct. Itu kan sudah efektif PSAK 71, 72, dan 73 ya.
Yep.
So inside 72, which is about your revenue. Ya, pendapatan, itu you will notice that ada penjelasan detail mengenai bahwa biasanya kalau kita mengakui pendapatan itu berdasarkan invoicing, kita invoice lalu sudah ada receivables, kan very straightforward ya. Sekarang itu kan di based on PSAK 72, you will see that begitu kewajiban seller sudah selesai, artinya sudah bisa ditagih, tapi belum invoicing ya, belum invoicing tapi sudah mengerjakan our obligation is selesai. For example, seorang developer sudah selesaikan 30% atau 40% dari pekerjaannya. So there will be apa yang disebutkan sebagai contract asset ada di dalam current asset ya. Jadi jangan kaget untuk yang tahun depan ini you will see istilah current asset, contract asset akan muncul. Jadi bakal bingung, Pak, kenapa ada contract asset terus ada receivable? Emang beda? Ya beda. Contract asset itu kita sudah selesaikan pekerjaannya, hanya belum masalah it's just a matter of time, ya kan? There is condition to finish, because karena kita sometimes nggak bisa tagih karena masih secara kontrak kita harus selesaikan 100%. Tapi secara pekerjaan kita udah selesaikan 30%, 40% of the work. So itu bisa disebutkan sebagai contract asset. Ya, kalau receivable kan itu adalah hak tagih tanpa kondisi. Jadi arti harus dibayar oleh ini ya. So you will see contract assets and contract liability a lot in the laporan keuangan yang sekarang ini. Ya,
Ya, yang seperti saya sudah sampaikan also, kalau when we talk about share capital, they're a bit more detail IS1. Ya, jumlah saham, the classes, the reconciliation. There could be cases where we have, buying back of shares, ya, or what we call sebutnya mungkin sebagai treasury shares. There could also be case where we reduce share capital. Ya, kami sudah melihat di beberapa pembukuan klien also, there are cases where they reduce share capital every year, ya, which is legally allowed, ya. In company law, this is also allowed here, ya. Dan pergerakan modal, the different types of shares, this is required by IS1 here, ya. Oke, dan kita juga melihat the statement of profit or loss here. And other comprehensive income di slide selanjutnya. Same concept, ini pergerakan 2 tahun 2006-2007 misalnya. Now I want you guys to be alert to two things here. Yeah. First one is the share of associates profit. If you can see where my cursor is pointed at, share of associates profit. Ya, di dalam IS 28, where we have significant influence. Jadi kita tidak ada kontrol di dalam perusahaan. We only have influences. Misalnya, we have the ability, atau kita hak untuk memilih satu direktur, for example. Where we have significant influence and we treat it as an associate, the profit is going to be part here. Ya, jadi ada miskonsepsi kalau dividend dari associate is also going to be part here. No, we will be recognizing in the consolidated statement the share of associates profit here. Ya, lalu juga ada profit from continuing operations. Okay, this is the main one here. But like what Sir Manish said, there is also discontinued operations. Misalnya kalau ada perusahaan discontinues a brand, for example, like Blue Band was discontinued. Ya. We have to present it as one line also here. Loss for the year from discontinued operations. Cuman satu baris, tapi selanjutnya the detailed transactions is going to be put in the disclosure notes. Yeah, so when you have continuing operations, discontinued operations, apalagi kalau di tahun 2020 ya, karena there are so many divisions, so many businesses, so many branches closing down. Di laporan audit or laporan keuangan 2020-2021, surely you'll be seeing a lot of these discontinued operations there. Yeah. So this is sekilas of the profit or loss statement here. Yeah.
The OCI component, Mr. Viraj?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Jadi setelah profit for the year, once we already split the profit, pembagian kepada pemegang saham of the parent and also kepada non-controlling interest, we move on to the other comprehensive income. Ya, ini adalah beberapa hal which has not yet been realized yet. For example, when we talk about property revaluation, ya, penaikan harga tanah misalnya, ya, it will be classed or it will be recognized in the other comprehensive income. Karena it is only going to be realized when the asset is sold. Agree? Once the asset tanahnya dijual, kami menerima kas, lalu we will have profit or loss on disposal. But until then, the gain on the fair value is still parked here. Yeah, there are also some other cases here, investment equity instrument di dalam SAK 71. If we have equity instruments, misalnya kami membeli 5% saham di perusahaan X, and our intention is to hold it for long term, untuk jangka panjang. Kita bukan perusahaan yang spekulatif, or we do not buy and sell, but our intention is for long term here. Then kami akan memakai konsep fair value of other comprehensive income. Jadi kalau ada pergerakan nilai saham, the gains would be recognized in this area also here. Yeah. Anything you want to add?
Secara singkat is basically sering bingung antara profit sama OCI. My simple understanding is like this. OCI itu adalah basically non-business income. You know, anything which is not directly related to the normal course of the business. Karena kayak nilai asetnya naik, emang untung, tapi kan itu terjadi bukan karena si manajemennya hebat, tapi karena emang kondisi pasar membuat nilai asetnya naik gitu. So makanya itu dianggap sebagai non-business. Maka ini perbedaan antara profit sama OCI is important gitu. Ya, yang masuk ke OCI adalah property revaluation, equity instrument, all those benefits from actuarial gains. Nah, ini kategorinya will be items that cannot be reclassified to P&L. Artinya in the future nggak akan bisa masuk ke P&L, masuk ke business income. Ya, tapi ada items yang maybe reclassified to P&L, khususnya mengenai FX gain yang karena some of the FX gain itu untuk sementara ada di OCI, especially using hedging ya. Kalau memang sudah belajar hedging, nanti ketika transaksi itu terjadi, itu baru kita masukin ke P&L. So, tapi mostly, kebanyakan itu mostly cannot be reclassified to P&L, karena itu kategorinya non-business income. Ya, karena ini kita harus kasih tahu investor, ini adalah hebatnya karena bisnis, inilah hebatnya karena kondisi pasar yang membuat aset-asetnya naik. So, dibedakan. So it's not a very complex thing. So don't overly stress about apa itu business profit atau OCI. OCI is basically non-business income. Ya.
Ya. Ya. Cuman beberapa further point ya. When you talk about laporan keuangan or your laporan audit, you will see that in the disclosure notes, setiap kali akan memulai dengan accounting policies. Yeah, so this is a requirement here under IAS 1. It is must disclose the summary of significant accounting policies. Jadi policy revaluasi aset, policy investment property misalnya, policy saham. For example, if we have shares di beberapa perusahaan, all of this will have to be disclosed. Yeah, so this is one of the things which is very important. And second, the key assumptions about the future here. That is why kalau kita membahas laporan keuangan, there is always going to be a section about the risk. Yeah, what is the currency risk, interest rate risk, yeah, the receivables, payable, apa yang di bawah 30 hari, 30 sampai 60 hari, di atas 90 hari, because this is very important for stakeholders untuk future investors, ya. These are all important information. Yeah, so these are just the last points yang kita akan membahas di dalam IAS 1 here.
Yeah. Including revenue recognition policy, ya.
Policies, yes.
Itu akan ada ya. Apa kebijakan perusahaan mengenai pendapatan. Yeah. So I ask a quick question ya before we move to the next topic. Kalau ada perusahaan yang ketika dia ekspor barang itu kan ada yang namanya shipping, ya, what we call the bill of lading, ya, keluar barangnya sudah masuk ke kapal, ya. Terus ada setelah itu juga ada proses LC dan pembayaran. Nah, pertanyaan kita adalah pendapatan itu diakui ketika barang sudah dinaikkan ke kapal atau pendapatan diakui ketika kita bisa invoice atau kita bisa kasih atau kita setelah kita terima LC atau payment. At titik mana kita recognize revenue? Ya, itu pertanyaannya. Apakah ketika barang naik ke kapal atau ketika LC? Karena this is also one issue we face, right, recently. Yeah. Nah, MC-nya dua-duanya udah saya tanyain tuh. So MC-nya silakan tuh pilih atau volunteer. Jangan ditunjuk. Di mana kita recognize revenue?
Is there anyone want to volunteer? Or in the chat box?
Yeah. Anyone? Ada jawaban?
Maybe you can write also in the chat box if anyone want to answer.
Yeah, revenue recognition ketika kita naikkan barang di kapal atau ketika payment? At which point? Kita mengakui pendapatan.
Maaf Pak, bisa diulang nggak pertanyaannya?
Ya, jadi pertanyaannya, kalau saya adalah trading company, itu saya mengakui pendapatan ketika saya menaikkan barang saya ke kapal atau ketika saya menerima pembayaran?
Kalau menurut saya pribadi sih, kita bisa ngakuin pendapatan itu pada saat kalau kita udah menerima pembayaran, Pak. Karena kalau misalkan kita cuma naikin barang ke kapal itu, artinya barang tersebut belum sampai ke tangan pembelinya, sehingga tidak bisa diakui pendapatan, Pak.
Oke. Nah, Mr. Wira, silakan. It depends. The company use FOB shipping atau FOB destination. Very good. Ada lagi. Interesting kan ya? Ini karena akan bahkan problem nih pada saat apalagi udah penerapan PSAK 72. You will face this issue, especially when you're doing cut-off testing untuk pendapatan. Now, Mr. Viraj, what is your view?
I bring it back to the standard again, sir. Di dalam PSAK 72 or IFRS 15, we recognize revenue when our performance obligation is done over time or at a point in time. So, more than the term is more than payment, we talk more about our obligation here.
Kewajiban kita ya.
Kewajiban, ya.
So tadi ada yang jawab depends on itu FOB shipping atau FOB destination. Itu gimana, Mr. Viraj?
Yeah, so FOB here is one of the, it relates to one of the Incoterms also, yeah. And you know, the Incoterms also, they have the different passage of risk also. I think when we talk about Incoterm, it is relating more to the passage of risk here. So yeah, I think a lot of times this creates a bit of uncertainties or a bit of guidance in comparison to IFRS 15 here. Yeah.
Yeah, makanya so if it is FOB shipping, that means ketika barang sudah naik, kewajiban kita sudah selesai,
Correct.
tanpa nunggu pembayaran sebenarnya kita
We
sudah
can
bisa
already
mengakui,
recognize.
iya, we can already recognize pendapatan.
Yeah.
So itu kita harus understand. So kontraknya kita harus baca. Jadi ketika ketemu klien, silakan minta, can we have the contract? Because you need to assess your contract. Kenapa? Karena I need to assess di titik mana saya boleh mengakui pendapatan. Ya, karena sudah terjadi perubahan. Sekarang itu pendapatan diakui ketika kewajiban kita sudah selesai. Ya, banyak perusahaan yang sering doing bundling. Ya, kalau jual mobil sudah berikut 5 tahun maintenance, ya, free maintenance. Ya, sekarang itu kita harus bedakan dari hasil penjualan mobil sama hasil biaya maintenance yang seolah-olah digabungkan karena bundle
ya.
Itu dihitung sebagai pendapatan langsung. Sekarang tidak bisa lagi karena kewajibannya baru memberikan mobil. Kewajiban maintenance belum selesai. Jadi kewajiban maintenance belum selesai, tidak bisa diakui pendapatannya. Jadi harus dipecahin, di-separate. Ya, so itu yang we need to understand karena itu but thank you for the answers. Yeah, I really appreciate bahwa ini we are contributing to this. So sering-sering diskusi antara teman-teman ya in your accounting class, argue and discuss supaya when you and the client tidak banyak diskusi, kita udah tahu bahwa ini yang seharusnya seperti ini ya. So this is a good way to build that learning community. Thank you ya. Thanks for your answers ya, Bu Anggit and Raharji and who answered earlier, Yeremia ya.
Yeah. You're welcome, sir.
Okay. Next, Mr. Viraj, IS2.
So I think since we have 3 more standards to cover before 10:30, I think we will move on quite quickly, with the standards here. Okay. Jadi standar akuntansi selanjutnya yang kita akan belajar is going to be about inventory, IS2 or what we call as persediaan. Okay. When we talk about inventory, it can be classified into 3. Adalah satu yang barang sudah jadi, which is already ready for sale in the ordinary course of the business. It is in the process of production. It is. Jadi we talk about in a case where it is in the middle of development here. Work in progress, istilah yang lebih gampang. Or it could be a case where it is still raw materials here. Bahan baku, which is going to be provided for what do you call this? Which is going to be used in the production process in the future here. Saya cuma mau sampaikan aja, there are going to be some cases, maybe some of you are going to be working in a property company or are going to be auditing a property company, for example. There are people who sometimes forget that kalau kita membahas group, for example, seperti Lipo, seperti BSD, which is a listed company also, Takuan, for example, they use their property. They also have a chunk of property also, which are going to be used in their ordinary course of the business. So for some businesses, property can be considered as inventory. For some businesses, property can be used as inventory also here. These are just some examples. Could be a case where it is bought for resale. A lot of retail businesses are these days finished goods, work in progress, dan bahan baku yang kami sudah membahas. So what are some things which are excluded from IS2? Let me just write on this one also. What are some things which are excluded? Jadi di luar standar akuntansi IS2. The first one is work in progress under long-term contracts. kami akan apply IFRS 15 for construction contracts here, for example. Financial instruments, we are going to be using IFRS 9 here, yeah, or PSAK 71, and also your biological assets here. Biological assets, we have a standard called as IAS 41 for this year. Biological assets are your living plants and animals. So imagine, especially in Indonesia, yeah, we have companies like Smart TBK, which is part of the Sinarmas family, who is dominant in agriculture. Jadi kalau kami melihat laporan keuangan Smart TBK, there is always going to be cases of biological assets here. We see in countries like New Zealand and Australia, where there are so many cows, so many sheep. They sell wool, for example. These animals, these living plants and these living animals fall under the category of biological assets here. Yeah, so the standard of IAS 41 and IAS 2 is sometimes related to each other. Misalnya, let's put it this way. If we have a farm, kita ada peternak in which we have sheep here, okay? That will fall under biological assets. But once the wool, yeah, the wool is being sold in our business, that it becomes inventory. Yeah, jadi there is also going to be cases where there is transition dari satu standar akuntansi ke yang selanjutnya. Okay, so these are just some things which are excluded from the scope of IAS 2 here. Yeah.
So,
Now,
Mr. Wiraj, artinya
yes,
kalau kambingnya sudah dipotong, artinya udah jadi inventory ya?
it is already inventory. Yeah,
Okay,
yeah, so the measurement, the recognition criteria is different. Yeah, karena kalau kita membahas biological asset, the best way and which is advised is to use fair value plus point of sale cost, point of sale cost here. So kalau kita membahas biological asset, kebanyakan it is based on harga pasar here. But when we talk about inventory, we talk more about lower off. Yeah. So later when we talk about the measurement of inventory, this is where we go to more detail of things here. Yeah. Jadi kalau kita membahas the cost of inventory, kalau kita misalnya beli barang, it is not definitely just not the purchase price. Kadang-kadang kita harus membayar pajak. Kadang-kadang we have to pay for delivery. Yeah, it depends again in the Incoterm. Kadang-kadang it is already delivery duty paid or DDP. Jadi sudah all in ya, semua pajak, semua delivery sudah termasuk di dalam harga tersebut. Okay, so the first component will be our purchase price. The second component is the cost of conversion. Yeah, a lot of times also it is still raw material, masih bahan baku. Harus menjadikan sebagai finished product or finished goods. So there could be direct material, direct labor, yeah, variable and fixed production overhead. Okay, misalnya kalau harga, let's say if we are talking about F&B products, where you actually need a fridge, let's say in the process, for example, to store some of the materials here and there. Yeah, this can also be considered as sebagai cost of inventory. And any other cost to bring the inventory atau bahan baku atau barang jadi to the present location and the condition. Yeah. So these are some of the criteria or some of the things which we can recognize as a cost of inventory here. Yeah. Okay. However, there are going to be some costs which are excluded, yang tidak boleh dicapitalize sebagai cost of inventory here. Yeah, first one is abnormal loss, for example. Storage cost here, this is already for finished product ya. Administrative overheads, misalnya kalau kita, we talk about rent of head office misalnya. Yeah, we cannot consider that as a cost of inventory, and also any other selling cost, termasuk marketing, etc. We cannot recognize it as biaya inventory. Yeah, but it is going to be recognized as an expense in the profit or loss here.
Mr., I have a question about the biological asset.
Sure.
Okay. We have studied the biological asset in the financial instrument accounting course on the third semester. I want to ask if what can be classified as a biological asset is just a livestock that produce a product like milk, or is it an animal that can produce that cannot produce anything?
Okay,
Thank you, Mr.
yeah, I think that is a excellent question, and maybe Sir Manish later you can also bring in your views on this. For biological assets, a biological asset is defined under IAS 41 as a living plant or animal. Yeah, it is considered as a living plant or an animal here. Now we have to see the intention of the case here. So when we talk about biological assets, there are some biological assets which can produce living items. Okay, for example, of course, a cow can give birth. And there could also be cases where it is a non-living item. It is a separable item. Misalnya kalau we talk about milk, we talk about wool. So these fall under the scope of your biological assets here. Now, there are also things which, if you are talking about buying and selling animals, then would it fall under the scope of IAS 2? It depends on the nature of the business, I would say. If you are talking about a farm, for example, you are talking about a farm here, and what you are doing is you are buying and selling the animals directly here. Then one could argue that instead of falling under biological assets, that would fall under IAS 2 inventory, because it fits the definition here. It is held in the ordinary course of the business. Yeah, Sir Manish, you wanna add on to that, sir?
So if it is in the Jeremiah's question, if the animal is not producing anything, tapi in the IAS 40 there kan ada konsep bahwa this is they are having a growth, right? Because when they are growing in size, physical growth, right? And because of the size is growing, they are also growing in value.
Correct.
All right. So as a result, you still have a fair value gain, even though they don't produce, but the value of the biological asset is increasing because of the physical size growth. Yeah. So it will continue to become a biological asset until there is growth is being stopped. When then the growth stops, when you kill the animal. Yeah. So when you I feel very bad talking about this IAS 41. So when you kill the animal, then only it becomes your when you sell the meat, then it becomes inventory. But as long it is still a living animal, you can classify it as a biological asset, unless your business is just buying, selling. You're not waiting for the animal to grow first. Tapi in Jeremiah's question, he mentioned that it's a farm, so most likely it is a biological asset.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mr.
I want to say something about biological asset. Yeah, I give you an example. If the farm is on the land, does the land is also classified as biological asset or not? Jeremiah, I ask you back.
What question, Mr.? What questions?
So my question is, kan the farm itu ada di suatu tanah. Nah, apakah tanahnya itu is also biological asset?
I'm a little confused, but I want to answer these questions. Tanahnya itu menurut saya pribadi sih termasuk biological asset sih, Pak, karena masuk kategori dalam PSAK 69.
Tanahnya, karena kan kalau definisi biological asset tadi living animal atau living plant. Farmnya itu kan berdiri di atas tanah, tanahnya itu kan is being used in the business.
Kalau menurut
jadi
saya
dia
sih,
bukan.
Ya Pak, lanjut aja.
Jadi karena tanah itu dipakai bukan sebagai living animal atau living plant, plantnya itu ada di atas tanah, tapi tanahnya sendiri itu karena it is only being used in the business, itu masuknya ke IAS 16 atau property, plant and equipment, tidak masuk ke biological asset.
Yeah.
the land itself.
Similarly,
Yeah.
if misalnya, if we talk about a farm or a plantation which has apple trees, for example, yeah, the apple tree kan yang what is going to be as a harvested product is going to be the apple. So that will fall under IAS 41, and then then they can be classified to IAS 2. But the tree is considered as a bearer plant. Yeah, because the intention is not going to be selling that tree, or is not going to be, it is going to use the tree for a long period of time. The apple tree is also treated as under IAS 16 here, as a bearer plant.
Iya, itu menarik ya, karena bearer plant artinya tanahnya, si pohonnya sendiri tidak dijual. Ya, walaupun pohonnya berkembang, tapi intention is not to sell that, to use, to get fruits. Artinya the pohonnya itu walaupun it's a living plant or living itu, kita nggak bisa kategorikan sebagai biological asset, tapi dikategorikan sebagai IAS 16, property, plant and equipment. So even nggak semua pohon masuk ke biological asset. Ada bearer plant seperti Mr. Viraj bilang, masuk ke IAS 16. Good one, Mr. Viraj.
Yeah, so we have a question also here in the chat box. Let me put it out. It says, selamat pagi Pak, saya mau bertanya mengenai aset biologis. Kapan kita harus mengakui bahwa tanaman tersebut termasuk dalam aset biologis? Apakah sudah diakui mulai dari membeli bibit tanaman atau saat tanaman siap dipanen? Okay, this is an interesting question here. Yeah, the timing biological assets here. Okay.
Are you discussing biological assets today?
No, unfortunately not. Unfortunately not. Yeah. But maybe
harusnya IAS 2 ya, tapi nggak apa-apa banyak question.
Yeah, correct. But maybe I go to the definition. More than anything, I go to the definition. Yeah. In IAS 41, yeah, biological asset is defined as a living plant that is used in the production or supply of agriculture. That is one. Is expected to bear produce for more than one period. And third, it has a remote likelihood of being sold as an agricultural produce. So, to answer your question, I go to the second criteria here. It is expected to bear produce. Jadi, even though it is still considered as bibit, if we can assess that it is expected that we can actually bear the fruits or the vegetables one day, in my opinion, relating to the definition, it would be fitting towards the definition of a biological asset here. Yeah, Sir Manish, any opinions on your side here?
So the bibit, not all bibit can become, maybe some is even the process of the first time when it starts growing, because I think the most important part of biological asset is the process of growth. So if it gets cut off, not all bibit are successful. So I think that the bibit, if it is just a bibit and it is not planted yet, and it is not as the growth process has not started, then we have no value to recognize. Even though we say bibit is already in it, but the bibit doesn't become alive.
Sorry, bibit is the seed, correct? Or
bibit means seed, Viraj. I think you didn't get the word
the
bibit.
seed. Okay,
Is it? Yes.
Okay. So it is still a seed. Okay.
I'm more Indonesian than you, Viraj.
Yep. Yeah.
So it is on planting. I think it's on planting.
Yeah.
Then
so when
it started.
Sorry, I think I missed the definition of the word there. Yeah, I agree with Sir Manish. When it is starting, when it is already expected to bear, yeah. So that means it has to go through the process first. That is when we can recognize it.
Yeah. So not at the bibit process. You harus plant it first.
Correct.
But good question.
I remember one day teaching in the class of some outside students. Yeah. I thought about biological asset, Mr. Manis and Mr. Viraj.
Yeah.
How to categorize into current asset or non-current asset. It's about chicken. Ya. Ayam petelur dan ayam pedaging, I think it is only 3 months, 4 months, or 6 months, under 1 year. And then the students, I think the father has a chicken farm, yeah, said that, you know, Bu Muti, there are ayam afkiran. You know ayam afkir, Manis?
No.
Ayam afkir is memiliki umur di atas 1 tahun. So,
Okay.
ya, jadi ada ternyata ada juga penduduk yang memelihara ayam afkir di atas 1 tahun. I don't know about that. I think it's only 2 categories of chicken, ayam petelur and ayam pedaging, and that's under 1 year.
So it's called ayam apa Bu tadi? Ayam afkiran.
Afkir, Pak.
Afkir. Oh, more than 1 year.
More than 1 year. And then if you go to bebek slamet, eating bebek goreng, Mr. Manis, there is a menu called bebek goreng original afkir, bebek afkir. And that's the one.
So if it is more than 1 year, you classify it as non-current asset.
Yes, I think. Saya dengan tegasnya mengatakan ayam pasti di bawah 1 tahun. Ternyata ada other category.
Ada ya. So we have to really know biology and agriculture Bu, untuk understand this ya.
Yeah.
In our clients itu rata-rata yang di plantation, yaitu yang tadi Mr. Viraj bilang mengenai bearer plants. Kliennya itu masukin semua ke biological asset. Nah, semua bearer plants itu kan mestinya masuk ke IAS 16 ya, as a asset, property plant asset, non biological. So sering valuation-nya dibesar-besarkan dengan masukin ke, karena kan keuntungan dari masukin biological asset adalah fair value ya, Mr.
Yep.
You can record it at fair value. Jadi suka dibesarkan value-nya. So we have to split mengenai bearer plant sama non-bearer plant. But that's interesting, Bu Muti.
Yeah.
I'll remember that.
We have another question here, sir, in the chat box. It says, good morning, Mr. Manish and Viraj. You previously said that a living animal that is already dead, for example, the sheep or cow that has been slaughtered, are considered as inventory. Is it the cost of service for slaughtering the animals also considering as cost of purchase of inventory? Thank you. Okay, so
go ahead, Mr. Viraj. I don't want to answer slaughtering questions.
Yeah, okay. So, again, we have...
Just kidding, yeah. Go ahead.
Some of the questions here. So, to answer your question, maybe I will have to ask more things here. Is the meat also going to be sold in that business?
Yes, Mr.
The meat is going to be sold. Yeah, the meat is going to be sold. Okay. If the meat is going to be sold, that means it falls under the criteria of cost of conversion here. Yeah, it is going to be considered as a cost of conversion here. Yeah, so it would still be considered as a valid cost here. Okay, it would still be considered as a valid cost. However, we have to understand something also here, that when it is agricultural produce, yeah, so we are shifting from one standard to another standard here, yeah. So when we talk about the cost of inventory here, it can comprise of 3 things: the purchase price, which in this case there is limited purchase price, but more than anything, it would be the processing cost. Agree? In a case where it is slaughtered meat, and then you're going to clean it, you're going to process it in a certain way, you're going to package it, and then you are going to sell it. Correct. So if that is the case, then it can be that it falls under the concept of cost of conversion here. Yeah, that it falls under the concept.
Basic idea is inventory. Basic idea of inventory means any cost that is recoverable through selling. So if the cost is recoverable through the process of selling, that is inventory. That's why it's classified as an asset. If the cost is non-recoverable, then it's an
Recoverable.
expense, not part of inventory. That's also an underlying principle. So if the slaughtering cost, the processing cost is all recoverable cost. So it is classified as inventory component.
As an inventory.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I think IS 41 is a
Yeah. It's not in the topic today, tapi
Correct.
interesting.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
So when we talk about inventory, how are we going to measure it here? Under IS2, we will measure our inventory at the lower of cost and at the lower of net realizable value here. Yeah, lower of cost or lower of net realizable value. Okay, net realizable value is what you all know. It is through the concept of selling price less cost to sell. Sorry, this shouldn't be last in, first out here. Yeah, this is not recommended again since 2003. This is the average cost approach. Yeah, this should be the average cost approach here. Yeah, this is, so as always, there could be cases that later we will be learning also cases. In what cases will the cost actually be higher than the NRV? Can some of you guys share maybe some opinions here? In what cases will the cost be higher than the NRV? So
Or in
imagine,
other words, in
let's
which
say
situation NRV is lower than cost?
Yeah. In which situation is NRV lower? Yeah. Yeah. Misalnya, let's say the cost of producing is $6, let's say. However, the NRV of the item is only $4.50, for example. Give me some situations.
So kenapa it is lower ya?
Yeah.
Any idea kenapa it's lower? Kenapa nilai jual minus cost to sell is lower than the cost? Reasonnya?
Yeah.
Ayo, anyone?
Anyone? Give me some situations yang harga jual, that means the net of the harga jual, yeah, is going to be lower daripada biaya membikin persediaan. In what cases will you find this situation?
Ini penting when they go for stock take, ya?
Yeah,
stock opnam, you need to be assessing this NRV even during your inventory count observation.
Yep.
Apa yang membuat ininya lebih lower?
Maybe you can put your question in the chat box, sir. So maybe if there's any other person who wants to answer it.
Okay, as you will see it in a lot of times these days, you know, especially retail stores, they are going quite extreme on doing this, right? Okay, we have one answer here. The product is obsolete. Yes, that's a valid one. Any others?
Sheila, how will you know the product is obsolete? Pas lagi update. Klien bilang bahwa ini produk bagus ini. How do you know nanti? How do you know that product is obsolete?
I remember a case where we had a client where they had inventory. The same inventory was there for 3 years already. And still they did not want, they still believe that it is in perfect condition. So
Iya.
Yeah.
So you should ask dong, ini produknya bagus sekali Pak. Tapi kok udah lama, tahun lalu saya datang masih sama. Tahun sebelumnya saya datang masih ada juga, kok nggak kejual-jual kalau produknya bagus. Iya kan? So this is a question we should ask. Because if it is slow moving inventory, we should question bahwa apakah benar bisa dijual di atas cost.
Yeah.
Ya, Sheila. obsolete ya.
Yeah. Okay.
Apalagi?
Any other factors? Any market conditions? Any marketing strategies maybe?
Sometimes they have cuci gudang. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because so if you see iklan cuci gudang, you should directly question the NRV is lower than the cost. Seasonal effects.
Yeah, seasonal effects. Yes. Yeah. That's why usually you'll see after Christmas, then all your Christmas decorations will be 70% off. Right. So in January, for example, you will see that all your Santa hats, which you see in the malls, is all slashed in prices. Yeah.
Yeah.
So seasonal is also a very good point here. Thank you. Yeah.
Tapi yang jelas when you're in the client harus sering question that ya. Ask the inventory aging report and see how long the inventory has been in the company.
Yeah.
To decide and question what is the value, and then if the goods have not been sold, even after the year end, you should say, is there any offer? Is there any offer from a buyer? So we can know that this is the NRV of the company. Yeah. Terus yang ada tulisan selling price minus cost to sell. Does cost to sell include transport costs? Does it include transport costs or not? Or does it only include things like commission? What is cost to sell?
I think it's not included, sir.
It's not included, the transport cost. Very good. Yeah, Mr. Viraj, is that right?
Yeah.
Transport cost is not included?
Yeah.
Yeah, transport cost is not included. It's more of commissions.
Commissions,
because
correct.
Transport cost is already inside your cost, right? So,
correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we have to be alert, especially in stock takes. This is something which we have to ponder on. Yeah. Yeah. So like what I asked you guys, these are just some cases here. Yeah. Could be physical deterioration. Okay. Obsolescence of products. Product is expiring. Yeah. That's why if you see even in bakeries, if you see in a bakery, kalau di atas jam 9 malam or jam 8, it is always at a slashed price. Yeah. You talk about marketing strategy like what we discussed, or it could be a case where it is barang defect. Yeah, barang defect. Yeah. So this is.
Jadi kalau udah 7 jam 8 yang kumpul di bakery itu akuntan ya biasanya ya. Karena ada diskon ya. Bagus. Go ahead, thank you, Mr. Viraj.
Yeah. Okay. So that more or less wraps up our inventory. Yeah. We just quickly jump into statement of cash flow also. This is one of the big component ya di laporan keuangan. This is so important that what you guys should know that walaupun perusahaan can be very profitable, there could be cases also where they are stuck in their cash flow. And in this era of COVID, we have seen that walaupun they seem very profitable, but in cases, many of them cannot survive because of the lack of cash flow here. Yeah, because of the lack of cash flow around. Yeah, so cash is like the blood of the business. Yeah, for your day-to-day expenses, you need cash here. Profit, on the other hand, is a figure on your performance here. Yeah, so that is why when we talk about the statement of cash flows, it is actually, we look at some definitions first. Yeah, first one is cash. It compromises of cash on hand and demand deposits. Yeah. We also have a term called cash equivalents. In simple terms, cash equivalents are things which can be easily converted to cash here, which are subject to an insignificant risk of changes in value. Insignificant risk of changes in value. So, for example, I have gotten this question before. Kalau misalnya saya beli di, nowadays a lot of people are into cryptocurrency, misalnya, right? And you also have an active market for that. So if, for example, like in this last 1 or 2 weeks, Bitcoin has been skyrocketing. I'm sure if you guys keep up with the news, that has been the case. So can that be considered as cash equivalent? Does it fit the definition? Well, the risk is high, right? the movement change, the price changes every minute here. So it wouldn't fall, or people might argue it does not fall into the scope of cash equivalence here. Yeah, kalau kita bahas cash flow, it is talking about your inflow and it is talking about your outflows here. Yeah, so what are some common cash and cash equivalents here? Do you have cash in hand, cash at bank? Yeah, short-term deposits. Short-term deposits meaning investasi jangka pendek, yeah, below 3 months. Like now, a lot of banks like BTPN and OCBC and UOB are all offering these short-term deposits here. Yeah, at attractive rates. Even for a lot of millennials these days, they're offering short-term deposits and also your bank overdraft here. Let me ask you this: what do you think of virtual cash? Misalnya ada toko di Tokopedia, for example, and you know the cash is stored virtually, right? Would you classify that as cash and cash equivalent? Tokopedia has transactions of very high value these days, right? Especially in events where you have, you know, this waktu Indonesia berbelanja, something like that. Yeah. So what do you think when you talk about virtual cash? Does it fit into the definition?
Yes, it is, sir.
Yeah. Yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
I think the virtual cash is just the same as the cash equivalent because
Same
it's
as
highly
cash.
liquid.
Has highly liquid, yeah, and there's an insignificant risk of changes also here. Yeah, so that is why nowadays there is also a lot of virtual cash going on here. Yeah. When we talk about cash flow statement, it is divided into 3 different categories here. One is your operating activity. Operating activity is mostly on the revenue producing activity, day-to-day operations here. And then you have investing activities, which talks about pembelian dan penjualan aset jangka panjang. Yeah, your investments, dividend income, it all falls under investing activity. And also your financing activity. Financing activity talks about pendanaan jangka panjang here. So it talks about long-term liability. It talks about pergerakan modal that falls under financing activity. Let me just throw a question to everyone here. When we talk about what you call this, issuing shares, there is what you call as rights issue of share. There is what you call as bonus issue of share. Does bonus issue fall under the cash flow statement? If we talk about cases like bonus issue, will you find it? Will you find a place in the cash flow statement? Remember, bonus issue affects your equity, but will it affect your cash flow statement? No. Yeah, thank you for answering that. Yeah, bonus issue is taking from the other components of equity, right? We debit our OCE. We do not debit cash here. So that is why it does not fall under the family of our cash flow statement. Yeah. I'm just going to briefly go through it here. Your operating activities, yeah. Your operating activities, when you talk about cash flow, you have 2 methods here. You have one is the direct method, one is the indirect method. I will show you both, and I will show you just a comparison of what is the difference. Yeah. Okay. We first talk about the more popular one in IAS 7. If you see in Singapore or in a lot of countries which are already implementing full-scale IFRS, many of them use the indirect method here. Yeah. Both are permitted, both are allowed. Yeah. But the indirect method has a format like this. We start from profit before tax. We will add depreciation, misalnya non-cash items. Yeah. Interest expense, we will add also. You have to understand ada perbedaan in interest expense dan interest paid. Bunga, biaya bunga, dan bunga yang telah dibayar. Those are 2 different things here. Yeah, so you have to understand the placement of such here. Interest expense is first added up, but then it is deducted when we actually pay it here. Yeah?
Sorry for the interruption, sir. The time for our session will be ended in 2 minutes.
Okay.
So just
Okay.
stay. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, okay, sure. Yeah, so I just, maybe we just end, I'll just compare this indirect method. Yeah, so this is the indirect method here. And you compare it with the direct method. I took an example of PT Unilever Indonesia Tbk here. This is from their latest annual report. You can see that the entries are different. Tapi, at the end of the day, if you do direct or indirect method, hasil akhir is going to be the same here. So if you see, direct method is actually a preferred method. Karena untuk, if you are talking about an ordinary person, it would be easier to understand the direct method. Kalau kita melihat indirect method, kalau mereka tidak ada background akuntansi, they're going to ask, ini kenapa depresiasi ditambah ya? Interest expense kenapa ditambah ya? So these are the questions people will ask using the indirect method. But in the direct method, it is more clear here. Pemasukan dari penjualan from customers, pengeluaran ke vendor, pembayaran gaji, kompensasi, dan lain-lain. And then you get your cash generated from operations. Terus bayar bunga, bayar pajak, and then you get your net cash flow from operating. So the question is, why do people use the indirect method then? Because to obtain all the information sometimes is going to be difficult here. It is time consuming here. Yeah, if you do the indirect method, it is quite straightforward. Dari laporan keuangan, profit or loss, balance sheet, you can already get your numbers. Yeah, but when you talk about the direct method, walaupun yes, it is more easier to understand, but the cost and the time to collect the data, if you do not have a good data system, it is going to be difficult here. Yeah, so just understand that your operating activities, at the end of the day, it relates to the day-to-day operations. Tapi you
Mr. Viraj,
yes.
So we will end this topic, or will we continue this topic in the following session?
We have few slides to go. If we can finish it now, or should we?
I just want to highlight the change on the IFRS 16.
Sure.
And I think then we can end, because update-nya kan itu mengenai IFRS 16, dampaknya ke cash flow statement apa?
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe is it okay we directly go there?
Sure.
Yeah. So MC, maybe 1 or 2 more minutes to finish this.
Got it, sir.
Yeah. Go ahead, Mr. Viraj.
Yeah. So di dalam PSAK 73, when we talk about leasing, now lease is split into different kinds of cases here. We talk about the most basic one first. We talk about short-term lease. Short-term lease adalah lease yang di bawah 12 bulan, or we also have low value assets here. Yeah, rental beberapa aset which has low value. For example, you talk about computers, laptops, small office furniture. These are considered as low value. A lot of big 4 companies, they use a benchmark of $5,000 sebagai low value asset, for example. Now, when we talk about low value assets, they are recognized as an expense in the profit or loss. So that is why they enter the operating activities. Yeah, they enter the operating activities. When we talk about low value assets or short-term lease di bawah 12 bulan here. However, if we talk about a normal lease, in the case that it is a right to use asset, it is a lease liability, then we have a distinction here. So the update gara-gara PSAK 73 and IFRS 16 is where there is a payment towards the lease liability. Okay, so there is a lease payment which represents the principal, the main obligation. This will fall under financing activities. Okay, because when we talk about...
Jadi perubahannya dulu semua sewa masuknya ke operating activities. Ya kan, sekarang sewa di atas 12 bulan tidak lagi masuk ke operating activities, tapi masuk ke financing activities. Ya, jadi beda klasifikasinya gara-gara IFRS 16 ini gitu ya.
Yeah. So
that's one of the key things, right?
Key things, yeah.
And pembayaran itu kita kan bayar untuk lease liability, ada porsi pokoknya and ada porsi untuk bunganya. Nah, Mungkin itu aja. We explain that pokoknya masuk kemana, bunga masuk kemana, then we end the session.
Yeah, so the pokok or the main liability will fall under financing here. Yeah, generally we have one more line here when we talk about lease payments. Yeah, we have repayments of lease falls under financing. Then kalau kita ngomongin bunga, then it will fall under your interest expense. Yeah, so it will be recognized under your operating activity in this case. Yeah. Before we end, just take note of something ya. Kalau perusahaan membayar dividen, when we talk about dividend paid, okay, they have a choice here. You can either put it under operating activities, yeah, for some businesses because they feel that the funds are coming from operations. Yeah, so that could be one of the reasons where they put it under operating activities. And the other way where we put dividend is generally from financing activities also here. Yeah, so in financing activity, we can also recognize dividend payment. Yeah, because it is pergerakan modal. It is part of our not modal, sorry, it is part of our equity, our retained earnings. So you can classify it in either one, either operating or
untuk dividen ya.
Financing, yeah. Yeah.
Oke.
So just take
Jadi yang tadi yang
okay.
sewa pokok masuk ke financing,
Yep.
yang interest boleh masuk ke operating atau boleh masuk ke financing.
Yeah, so you
Tapi
have
yang jelas pokok harus masuk ke financing, tidak boleh lagi masuk ke operating. Anymore ya. Yeah. Karena itu udah PSK-nya sudah berubah.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Maybe can
that's all for
now.
this session.
Yeah. So I leave the floor back to the MC.
Okay, thank you to Mr. Manish and Mr. Firasjon for delivering us the material about the IAS 8-16 on the first session of this public lecture. Now it's time for us to have a break before we head to the second session led by Mr. Firasjon and Mr. Manish again.
Break will be held for about 15 minutes long, so we'll be back at 15 minutes from now.
Have a good break. We'll see you soon in 15 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We have 15 minutes breaks, Mr. Manis, Mr. Firaj. See you.
Okay, sure, sure. Thank you.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're back at a public lecture entitled Analisis Laporan Keuangan, IFRS Update. So let's head to the second session for today's event.
Please allow us to welcome Mr. Firas John and Mr. Manish Gidwani to deliver us his material for today's public lecture.
Mr. Farjan and Mr. Manish Gidwani, the stage is yours.
Sure, thank you. Yes, Mr. Viraj, proceed. Let's proceed with the next topic.
Sure. Yeah, let me move to our next standard, which is going to be our IAS 8. Yeah. Okay.
There's a change in the standard, yeah?
Yeah. Okay. IAS 8, we talk about accounting policies, changes in accounting estimates, and errors here. Yeah, and this is also a bit of confusion. A lot of people, they tidak bisa membedakan accounting policy dan accounting estimate here. And also the accounting treatment is going to be different for these two. Yeah, as we discussed earlier this morning, at the end of the day, there is a risk that laporan keuangan atau sistem akuntansi will have errors here. So the question is, how are we going to treat or how are we going to adjust errors also? Kita akan membahas di dalam IAS 8 here. Ya, seperti saya bilang, kalau kita bahas soal laporan keuangan or especially your disclosure notes, it is first going to consist of all the significant accounting policies, yeah, as per the rule in IAS 1. Yeah, so we first talk about accounting policy. Yeah. Now, when we talk about accounting policy is determined by IFRS. Okay, by the relevant IFRS, they are the ones which dictates what is the accounting policy here. Now, when we adopt accounting policies, we need to have an aim of consistency. Jadi kalau kita compare tahun sebelum dan tahun yang sekarang, it is still easy for us to have this comparison factor here. So, there is what you call as a change in accounting policy when two things happen. One, the change is required by IFRS. Misalnya, sebelumnya when we talk about biaya bunga, that would be considered as an expense, let's say. However, semenjak IAS 23 came into the picture, borrowing costs. Now, kalau ada beban bunga or there is biaya bunga, we can recognize it as an asset if it meets the criteria of borrowing costs. It has to be for what you call as for a long-term asset, the one which takes a significant amount of time to complete here. Yeah. Or second, we can also do a change in accounting policy if it results in better presentation, in more appropriate presentation here. Yeah, in a more appropriate presentation. So, what is an example? What is an example? Yeah. We just look in the next slide. What are the possibilities of accounting policy? One, there could be a change in criteria. Misalnya ada perbaikan di standar akuntansi, ultimately the accounting policy changes here. This is one, it is required by IFRS here. Yeah, so this is the first possibility of an accounting policy here. Second, it is a change in presentation. Misalnya, kalau kita membahas tentang depresiasi aset, back in the days, they used to put it sebagai administrative expense. But now, management feels that it is more appropriate kalau kita kelas sebagai cost of sales, misalnya. So this is what we call as a change in accounting policy. And third, it is the measurement criteria di dalam standar akuntansi. Misalnya, kalau kita membahas tentang aset, you can either use the cost model, for example, the cost model here, or the fair value model, for example. If you are changing from one to another, that would be considered as a change in accounting policy. Yeah. Or for example, we talk about cases di dalam PSAK 71 where your measurement can only be three. It can either be fair value through profit or loss, fair value through OCI, or amortized cost, misalnya. Let's say there is a change. That would be considered as a change in the measurement of an asset here. Yeah. So when we talk about accounting policy, we can summarize it into three. Satu, there's a change di dalam standar akuntansinya. Second, it is a change in the presentation. And third, it is a change in the measurement criteria here.
Okay, so Mr. Viraj, why don't we ask this question? What if ketika ada perubahan dari straight line method of depreciation ke reducing balance method,
or double decline, let's say,
or double decline method? Itu ketika terjadi perubahan method straight line, di mana we have penyusutan tetap setiap tahun, atau reducing balance method, itu ketika perubahan itu apakah dikategorikan sebagai accounting policy change atau tidak? Nah, pertanyaannya. Jawabannya apa? Ketika terjadi perubahan metode penyusutan, apakah itu accounting policy change or not? Nah, apa pendapat teman-teman? MC bisa dibantu untuk ini, asking for volunteers. I want to know because this is a common issue. Perubahan,
yeah. Accounting policy change.
Accounting policy.
Yeah.
Any other
answer? Gimana mikirnya? You can type in the chat box.
Yes, in the chat box. Anyone? According to Cendekia, itu perubahan in accounting estimate, bukan accounting policy ya, Cendekia ya. Kenapa, Cendekia? You can answer. Why you think is accounting estimate bukan policy? You can unmute. Cendekia, are you there? Yeah, so different view ya, Cendekia. Okay, Alia bilang itu a policy. Anyone else? Yeah, so remember, depreciation itu straight line, itu atau double decline. Depreciation kan, we want to know how much is the penyusutan. So we assume sometimes that it is fixed every year, or we assume the bigger benefit itu ada di awal-awal. Banyak penggunaan aset paling terbesar adalah pada awal-awal. Makanya lebih banyak penyusutan di tahun-tahun awal. So itu adalah cara kita mengestimasi bagaimana penyusutan itu dihitung. Ya, so itu bukan policy change, tapi it's an estimate change. Ya, so ini sering beda ya. So that's but thank you, Cendekia, that was a good answer. So please remember, ya, sometimes that's where the confusion comes, bahwa the straight line itu ada cara kita mengestimasi depreciation-nya berapa, itu bukan suatu kebijakan.
Yeah. When we talk about accounting policies, kalau ada pergantian within accounting policies, it is going to be changed retrospectively. What does retrospectively mean? That means we are going to adjust the previous balances also. We will have a rule later on retrospective, tapi kalau misalnya kita melihat laporan keuangan di 2019 atau 2020, there is going to be a lot of changes in accounting policy karena standar akuntansi yang baru, PSAK 71, 72, 73. So you will see that if you see di dalam laporan keuangan, you will see the column called as restatement. Yeah, restatement. So this is a case, and they will put in the notes that this restatement is due to a certain accounting standard. Yeah, so this is an example of an accounting policy here. Now, on the other hand, when we talk about estimates, estimates are things which have a lot of uncertainty involved here. Yeah, that means there are a lot of options that we can choose from, a lot of options that any business can estimate here. Misalnya kalau kita membahas depresiasi, metode depresiasi, useful life asset, ya, ada penggantian dari 10 tahun ke 15 tahun, atau seperti Sir Manish sampaikan tadi dari 8 tahun ke 24 tahun, something like that. That involves a lot of estimates going on. Yeah, so what are some examples? We have useful life of an asset, method of depreciation. There are different methods. Yeah, allowance. Yeah, sekarang di PSAK 71 we have something called as an expected credit loss here. Yeah, we have an expected credit loss approach, and for this you need a lot of, this is part of your risk management policy here. So you need a lot of estimates, a lot of assumptions. Yeah, so this is an example of a change in allowance. Kalau ada pergerakan di allowance, that is considered as a change in accounting estimate. Yeah, provision of warranty. Yeah, nanti kita akan membahas IS 37 also. But you know, when we talk about provision, it is all best. It is, the concept is best estimate. Ya, misalnya kita ada probabilitas 60% barang tidak akan ada claim, tapi 40% barang akan ada minor damage misalnya. Yeah, so this is all based on past trends, based on estimates here. Accrued audit fee is also an estimate. Yeah, tax, when you talk about current tax, is also all estimates here. Yeah, so these are just some examples of accounting estimates which are available here. Yeah. Now, when we talk about accounting estimates, we adjust them prospectively. That means we do not have to go back kepada opening balance, but we can adjust it from this year onwards. Yeah, from this year onwards. Okay. We go to the last one, which is our errors. Yeah, when we talk about errors under IS 8, errors can be classified into 4. There could be a case, ya, emang salah formula, for example. Yeah, misinterpretation of facts. We did not understand the full scope, the full content. I give you an example. Kita pernah vouching document ya during the audit process, invoice 50 Singapore dollar, but they accidentally inputted 50 USD, for example. Yeah, so this could be a case where there is a misinterpretation of fact. Ya, ada kesalahan in applying standar akuntansi also. This could be one of the errors. And there could be a case of fraud also. Yeah, could be a case of fraud also. Yeah. Now, when we talk about errors, yeah, we have to ask ourselves, is it material or not? This is very important. Is it considered as a material fraud or not? If it is material, we have to do retrospective. Yeah. That means we have to adjust the earliest opening balance where we can identify where the mistake was. But if it is,
that means you're referring to restatement, yeah?
This is restatement, yeah.
But we do restated retrospective.
Retrospective, yeah.
Because there are some retrospective which we only adjust the opening. Retain earnings.
Yeah. Yeah. And then there could be case where it is not material, then if we want to adjust it this year itself, it is also allowed under IS. Yeah. Under IS 8 here. Okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I just want to give what are some examples. Yeah, maybe before I go to some of the amendments, I go to the examples here. Yeah, I ask everyone this question. We have a machine, it is fully depreciated. Nilai pembukuan sudah nil, but we still use them. So, what is everyone's view on this?
That's a good one. Our machine is fully depreciated, but we still use them. What should be the impact?
What should we do? Yeah.
Okay.
Machine sudah tidak ada nilai, the book value is already zero, but we still use them untuk operasi. So what do you think would be, what would you suggest? Imagine yourself as a advisor, imagine yourself giving a strategic decision here. Any views?
Jangan takut salah ya. It's okay.
It's okay.
Yeah. It's okay to be wrong because we are discussing. Just give it a try.
Nilai pembukuan sudah tidak ada.
Let's call Yeremia. Yeremia, are you still there? Now I know some names.
Yes, Mr.
So Yeremia, tell me, what will you do with this asset? It's fully depreciated, tapi we still use them.
Untuk mesin kalau terdepresiasi, tapi kita masih bisa, masa depresiasi udah habis, tapi kita masih bisa pakai ya?
Masih bisa pakai.
Ya.
Kalau menurut saya pribadi sih, kan nilai bukunya udah nggak ada ya, karena depresiasinya itu udah habis kan, nggak bisa disusutin lagi. Tapi kalau masih bisa dipakai itu ya better kita pakai nggak sih, Pak?
Atau maksudnya nggak usah dipakai?
Kalau masih bisa digunakan semaksimal mungkin, kenapa enggak gitu?
Tapi nilai bukunya nggak mencerminkan.
Iya, karena atau mungkin bener nih tadi Raji bilang nih, kayak masa manfaatnya mungkin ditambahin kali karena emang masih bisa dipakai gitu.
Iya.
Karena
artinya estimasi useful life-nya atau estimasi penyusutannya harus diubah gitu ya?
Iya, karena kan masa manfaat kan bisa diganti kan. Sebenarnya kan bisa diganti juga, metode penyusutannya bisa diganti jadi double declining atau jadi sum of the year, tapi kan kalau untuk masih bisa dipakai ya kembali lagi ke masa manfaat.
Kalau estimasi diganti, apa tahun lalu juga kita ikut ganti atau mulai tahun sekarang kita gantinya?
Kalau karena mungkin masa manfaatnya itu habisnya mungkin tahun ini, ya kita ganti yang tahun ini aja, Pak. Karena kan tahun lalu udah didepresiasi.
Jadi jangan retrospektif ya, prospektif.
Ya, prospektif Pak ke depan, iya benar.
Oke, gimana Mr. Wirat?
Ya,
maaf Pak kalau salah.
It's okay.
It's a good point.
Ini ada jawaban juga nih dari dia, Nabila. Menilai kembali aset ke nilai wajarnya.
Oke, so seperti jawaban yang kita sudah terima, those are two valid answers. Jadi,
both are correct.
I will go to the next slide here. We have two solutions. Either one, we can revise the useful life. This is what we call as accounting estimate, change in accounting estimate. Or second, we can apply fair value model. Jadi we change from cost model to fair value. So this is considered as a change in accounting policy here.
Nah, kalau diganti useful life, how will we hitung?
How will we count
How will we calculate? Yeah.
This will be, that means based on, if we talk about accounting estimate here, it will be a bit trickier because usually we do it based on remaining useful life. Correct.
Let's see, that means it still has the remaining useful life. Tadinya was 5 years.
Yeah.
Kita pikir now it actually can be used for another at least 2 more years.
2 more
Jadi
years.
7 years.
7 years,
kan?
yeah.
So we have to do penghitungan ulang.
Correct.
Divide by 7. So if it is already 0, how will you divide by the remaining life?
How would we divide by the remaining?
The remaining life is 2 years.
The remaining life is 2 years.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is more of a special situation here. This is more of a special situation. So theoretically speaking, both methods are applicable, but I agree with what Sir Manish said. This solution one would be more tricky to do so. Because if we do this, we might have to do retrospective then.
So it's, let's say if the asset is $1,000, divide by 5 years.
5 years, yeah.
Yeah. So initially, what will be the depreciation? Let's say 200.
Correct.
Right. So,
Yes.
but if it is divided by 7 years, then it will be 1,000 divided by 7. How much is that?
1,000 divided by 7 is how much here?
Yeah. So what they have done is from 200, it is being revised to the lower amount.
143. Yeah.
143.
Yeah.
Right. So the depreciation has to be changed.
Changed. Yeah.
But the thing is, because the book value has been already exhausted and we cannot go back.
Correct.
Then
we will have to.
We have difficulty, right, with this?
Correct.
So that's why it's the more practical solution will be the solution number 2.
Yeah.
Yeah. Both solutions are correct, tapi practical is solution 2.
Number 2 here. Yeah, because if we want to go back, that means we will have to, previously it was 200, now it's 143. The value in the book is already 0. So that means in this particular period, we would have to recognize an entry for this difference here. Yeah, from this year onwards then.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it may have a gain in this year, from 0, it now has a value.
Value, correct.
For another 2 years.
2 years, yeah.
So what would be the fair value for that? Yeah.
Yeah.
Good one. So that's how you think through. Yes, you know the standard, but that's how you apply it.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So this is one example here. I give you another example. This is from Telkom Mobile here. This is from South Africa here. This was an error which they made di tahun 2017. So what happened was, under IFRS 13, when we talk about a level of fair value, nilai wajar, we have 3 different levels here. So what happened was they made an error here that they accidentally classified it as level 1, walaupun it was actually supposed to be a level 2 here. Yeah, so it could be one of the examples of their errors here. Tapi what happened was, it said here that the case said that the group has assessed that there has been no impact on the fair value of the TL20 bonds. So that means what they're trying to say is the change was not something significant here. Perbedaannya was not significant, was not material. So that is why di tahun laporan for the current year, which was 2017 in this case, they just amended the notes here. They just amended the disclosure notes here. Yeah. In Telkom, they also identified a case where there was fraud going on. Jadi salah satu direktur keuangan was involved in fraud of wrongfully capitalizing. Jadi misalnya di IAS 38 for intangible assets, we have criteria, correct? However, they accidentally, I wouldn't say accidentally, this was a fraud case. So what they were doing was they were capitalizing something which was not allowed. Yeah, something which was not allowed here. Itu adalah one of the fraud that they did. Second, it was on the tax. Jadi when the company claim tax allowance, tax benefit. Tapi actually that was not the correct treatment here. It says here, the senior counsel should have not been deducted for tax purposes here. Jadi mestinya tidak bisa diklaim sebagai tax deduction, but they actually did it in their books. So this is an example of an error. Agree? And this was quite a big case here because there were financial irregularities. That means bukan cuma satu hal, tapi beberapa hal kept coming and on again. So because this was a material error, they had to do a restatement here. If you see,
Yeah.
If you see,
So when there is the restatement, I think they need to know practical issue-nya adalah when you're doing comparison kan, it is from this year. Contohnya you're doing 2020 punya laporan, you're comparing it to 2019. Tapi when you're doing restatement, you may have to do 3 columns, right? Where you have to do 2018, 19, and 20. So you have a 3-column comparison.
Correct.
So if your audit partner bilang bikin 3 columns, jangan bingung, because that's why it happens when you're doing restatement.
Yeah. So that is why if you see here the laporan audit mereka, they presented it in 3 ways. One was as previously reported, di laporan keuangan sebelumnya, and then they restated it also for that particular period here. Yeah. So this is where they also highlight the impact of it. This has to be there in the significant accounting policies here, you see. Okay. So these are just some of the examples of the errors which have happened before. Yeah. I just want to update under IAS 8 di tahun 2020. This was announced actually a year ago, but it is effective from this year onwards. There is an amendment towards one definition, which is material. So generally, when we talk about the word material, it used to fall under IAS 1 and IAS 8 here. Yeah, but now it is going to be revised to only IAS 1 here. But you just try to compare what is the difference of the definition of material. Okay, the definisi yang sebelumnya, it says omissions or misstatements of items are material if they could individually or collectively influence the economic decisions of users. Yeah, they have replaced the word could with reasonably be expected. And users, they have changed it to primary users here. Okay, this is just one of the definitions which they have changed under the IAS 8. Yeah, this is effective dari tahun 2020 onwards.
So dampaknya apa nih, Mr. Viraj?
What could be the effect of this?
Yeah.
Is that what you are asking, sir?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think now more than anything, sir, they have to be more cautious here because the word could was too subjective, sir. It had too many interpretations of this word here. So when we talk about the word reasonably be expected to influence the decisions, that means it is more relating as we think more from a stakeholder's perspective, sir. More from a stakeholder's perspective here. So in a sense that it is not only one stakeholder, but it is primary stakeholder. So misalnya, if we are talking about cases of salary, for example, let's say there is a debate as to whether the salary is considered material or not, or bonus is considered material or not here. Because ada beberapa perusahaan, especially like the case of Disney and the case of Nissan, where they felt that the directors were getting paid too much, but it was not disclosed adequately. So that is why with this definition, it relates more to the disclosure needs of those things here. So that is why in this sense, it says it could be reasonably expected to influence the decisions that the primary users would make here. So it just
another impact is because it is last time was more on the auditor's perspective of materiality, right, based on the numbers.
Mm-hmm.
Now the impact is more on reasonably be expected. So that means there is the perspective of the user, tapi the perspective of more on the high probability of impact. Yeah, so it is not only numbers, but sometimes there are certain disclosures, even though numbers are not high, but it is material. Yeah. For example, if you are into oil company, yeah. So maybe the one of the key portion, even though the cost secara number is not high, but it is important for the user to know. For example, they need to know how much was the exploration cost, because that's the risk involved, where you're doing exploration and not finding the oil. So some numbers are made to look it is immaterial, but it has an impact. Whereas the previous definition was more quantity. Here is more on the quality of the information that is needed. Like, for example, related party transactions. It appears that dulu dianggap tidak material. Maksud secara number not material, secara definition. Tapi because related party, secara nature it we want to know ini penjualan jangan-jangan rata-rata is to related party. So the user have a right to know. So that makes it material, walaupun secara number nggak material. Yeah. So now lebih luas ya materiality ya.
Correct. The scope is wider. Yeah. This is effective from 1st Jan 2020. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I think for the benefit of time, I think we can move on to our next standard. Yeah. Which is IAS 16 PPE. Yeah. We will go to the main concepts of this, and we will also talk about what are some of the common errors which di dalam perusahaan, this was actually a research done, that what are the common errors of applying IAS 16 here. Ya, jadi kalau kita bicara definisi, these are what we call as tangible assets used in the production or the supply of goods or services. Yeah. And it is expected for more than one period. That is why kita memasukkan sebagai non-current asset. Yeah. Now, when we talk about PPE, yeah, you can imagine your machines, you can imagine your, furniture, you can imagine your building. In order to recognize it, one, it needs to be probable that economic benefits will flow, and the costs can be measured reliably. Misalnya, kalau kita ngomongin tentang gedung, it is not just that we have to pay the contractor. Agree? Akan ada biaya lain-lain which we can capitalize towards our asset. So what are these costs here? So the ones yang kita bisa menjadikan aset will consist of these factors here. One is what we call as your purchase price, but it excludes any sales tax, GST or PPN, yeah, which you can claim back here. Your import duties, and also all these directly attributable costs. Misalnya, if you are talking about a building, there could be a case where you have lawyers and architects. There could be a cost of site preparation. These are the costs which you can capitalize to your asset here. Yeah. And also, there could be a case where there is the initial cost of dismantling, removing asset and site restoration. Misalnya, this is very common when we talk about coal industry. Yeah, batu bara, this is very common for the coal industry here. Jadi pemerintah bisa menerbitkan license, they can grant you the license to do the project, but the agreement states that after it is done, then you have to restore the site again. Because it does environmental damage also, so you have to restore the site also. Yeah, you can recognize this as an asset, ya, karena this is already a legal obligation di contoh yang saya jelaskan. So you can directly debit your asset and you can credit your provision here. However, because this is going to be in the future, setelah project selesai, mungkin 5 tahun, mungkin 10 tahun, some mines can last 20 to 30 years, it will have to be in present value. Yeah, you will have to recognize it in present value here. Yeah, so these are some of the costs which you can capitalize towards your asset here. Yeah. Okay, now what are some measurement criteria here like what we discussed sebelumnya, when we talk about assets, we can either use the cost model or the revaluation model. The cost model is quite straightforward here. We just do costs and we depreciate the asset every year. At the end of the year, kita akan nilai aset based on the book value setelah penyusutan. Yeah. So this is what we call as the cost model under IAS 16 here. Yeah. The revaluation model, on the other hand, they compare two factors. So when you talk about the revaluation model, your revaluation model will compare the carrying value, yeah, nilai pembukuan aset, with the fair value, with the nilai wajar, yeah. Okay, and then based on this, there can be revaluation surplus, or there could be a downwards, or some people call it as an impairment also here. Yeah. Now, bisa nggak di tahun 2018 nilai aset meningkat $50.000, tapi di tahun selanjutnya the value of the asset goes down? Is that possible? That is possible. Yeah, so that is why you have to be well versed with the concept. Yeah, the concept is quite straightforward here. If there is a reserve, meaning di tahun sebelumnya ada surplus. Misalnya nilai surplus 50.000. Okay, and in this year, there is a revaluation downward of 30,000, misalnya. Okay, let's first ask ourselves, ya, kalau nilai aset, kalau kita timbangkan dengan nilai wajar naik $50.000, the gain will go to other comprehensive income, correct? The gain will go to our other comprehensive income. Tapi di tahun selanjutnya, nilai aset turun $30.000 misalnya. So you have to ask yourself, is my reserve enough or not? Is my reserve sufficient or not here? If your reserve is sufficient, di tahun selanjutnya masih bisa nampung, right? So you can reduce this still from your OCI. You can still take it from your reserve here. Tapi kalau misalnya penurunan nilai 60.000, let's say, can your reserve hold the fall? No. Your reserve cukup nampung cuman 50.000. The remaining 10,000, you will recognize it as an expense in your profit or loss. Okay, so just be alert that there is going to be cases that yes, kalau you're in a good economy condition, nilai wajar bisa tinggi. But if you see in a year like 2020 misalnya, where so many uncertainties, then we will have to be alert on whether the reserve is enough or not. Yeah, Sir Manish, you want to add anything to this? Sir, sorry, I think you're on mute, sir.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, so I said perusahaan tidak boleh memilih aset mana yang mau direvaluasi di dalam satu kelas. Kalau dia pilih satu kelas, contohnya dia pilih tanah harus direvaluasi. Semua tanah harus direvaluate. Tidak bisa memilih tanah yang di daerah sana lagi naik, so itu yang kita revaluasi. Tanah yang di daerah satu yang tidak lagi naik, kita jangan revaluasi. It is not allowed. Yeah, all the assets within the same class have to be go through revaluation. Ya, risikonya adalah setiap tahun harus diupdate. Revaluationnya harus diupdate, harus continues to be update. So that's why volatility-nya adalah bisa revaluation upwards, or downwards selama reserve-nya cukup, artinya tahun pertama 50.000, tahun kedua bisa mencukupi penurunannya sampai 50.000 masih cukup. Kalau tidak bisa masuk ke profit and loss sebagai impairment loss atau impairment expense. Ya, so that could be a possibility there. Ya, so di lapangan yang dibilang sebagai fair value atau nilai wajar, ingat itu adalah exit price, ya, nilai jual kalau jual sekarang. Ya, so normally we ask for an expert to get either
KJPP,
market KJPP to get the prices.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe we can proceed.
Yeah. One of the things which is common also, Sir Manish, I think is a topic on overhaul. Yeah. Overhaul is considered as an upgrade, yeah, or it aims to increase the useful life of an asset. Yeah. So because this is done, that is why we can recognize it sebagai asset. We can revise the value of our asset. Yeah. Seperti in airline industries, for example, beberapa airlines setiap 3 tahun atau setiap 2 tahun, they will do an overhaul or they will do an upgrade towards their machine. Especially kalau kita ngomongin airline, safety is such a big concern, right? Yeah. So there is a concept here, yeah, that there are people who apply this entry here. Mereka debit asset, mereka akan credit provision here. Yeah, so we have also seen this in few clients here that they credit provision. Yeah, tapi di dalam IAS 37, this is actually not permitted when we talk about overhauls. Karena obligasinya, the liability is not there yet. Yeah, so we cannot recognize, so misalnya kalau overhaulnya akan menjadi 3 tahun dari sekarang. We cannot recognize the provision from now because the obligation is not yet there now. Yeah, so just be alert here.
Jadi contohnya is more about kayak pesawat, ya. Pesawat itu setiap 3 tahun dia harus ganti komponen, ya, diharuskan oleh regulator. So even though diharuskan, jadi dia banyak klien akan membuat semacam cadangan atau provisi. But we have to explain the client bahwa IAS 37 menerangkan bahwa yang dibilang provision itu adalah kewajiban yang tidak bisa terhindari, ya kan? Nah, pertanyaannya apakah ini bisa terhindari mengganti komponen? Nah, rasionalnya adalah pesawat itu either komponennya bisa diganti atau bisa juga perusahaan untuk beli pesawat baru. Like how Singapore Airlines often change their airlines instead of changing components, yeah. Major components we are talking about. Overhaul kan is major component. Yeah, so karena perusahaan memiliki opsi untuk melakukan overhaul atau mengganti pesawat itu sendiri, artinya masih ada option. Selama masih ada option, artinya belum ada kewajiban. That means we cannot do provision. Ya, ini kita mengalami di klien kita juga. Dia membuat provision for the maintenance untuk untuk mengganti komponen terbesar di engine itu. So we told him, Pak, you cannot make provision for overhaul. Ya, itu penting.
Yeah. Okay. Now I talk about the common errors. Yeah. The common errors that sebagai accountants or even sometimes as auditors, kadang-kadang we forget about these things. The first common error that we have is component assets with different useful life. So this is what we call as a complex asset. Misalnya, again, we talk about an aircraft, ya, atau kapal terbang. Now, what happens is they might have different useful lives. Okay, generally the body, an aircraft body, has longer useful life compared to the engine and the seats, misalnya. Okay, bangku misalnya ada useful life 5 tahun, but the aircraft body, they have a useful life of maybe 20 tahun, while the engine maybe has a useful life of 15 tahun, for example. So a lot of times they treat it as one. Okay, they treat it as one here. Tapi IAS 16 requires each part of an item of property, plant, and equipment with a cost that is significant in relation to the total cost of the item shall be depreciated separately. Yeah, so if something is significant to the total value, misalnya, of course, engine is definitely a significant value. Jadi, if the useful life is different, so we treat it, we separate the depreciation here. Ya, jadi ini adalah common error yang pertama yang dilakukan di lapangan here. We talk about the second type of error here. Yeah, we talk about the second type of error here. Yeah, like what I was talking about is component assets with different useful life here. Yeah, similar again, like what I talked about here. This could be a case, we have this example here, yeah. Flying doctor purchased a computer for $400,000, which includes the engine, yeah, seat $10,000, medical treatment equipment. Okay, flying doctors considers the useful life to be 20 years. But the engine and seats will need to be replaced after 10 years and the medical equipment after 5 years. You see, mereka pukul rata that everything is going to be depreciated over 20 years. Walaupun bangkunya only has a useful life of 10 and the medical equipment only has 5 years here. Yeah, only has 5 years here. Okay, jadi what is going to be the net effect? What is going to be the net effect? Yeah, the net effect is the depresiasi, biaya depresiasi is going to be too low or understated by $13,750. Yeah, so this is going to be the net effect if you pukul rata the useful life, even though each of them has different useful lives here. Yeah, okay. Now, what is the second type of common error here? Okay, what is the second type of common error here? Is the
So Viraj, how many more standards you need to cover?
I have around 38, 37, 15, sir, 3 standards.
We have another, how much time left?
50, I think we have till 12:30, is that correct?
Yes, 12:30.
Till 12:30. Okay, maybe I will speed up on just the things which are more important, yeah, than the other ones.
Yeah.
I just go to the next common error then, which is starting depreciation too late. Yeah. Jadi this is a common error karena perusahaan under IAS 16 there is a lot of people who think that depreciation starts, penyusutan mulai kalau when the asset is starting use. Jadi kalau aset sudah dipakai untuk produksi, that is when depreciation starts. But that is wrong. Di dalam IAS 16, depreciation will start when the asset is ready for use or is available for use here. Yeah, so this is one common error also which people in the field will do here. Yeah, so once it is already in the location, the condition is already good enough, then you have to start depreciating the asset. Yeah. Now, we go to the last common errors here. Some types of land need to be depreciated. Okay, kebanyakan kalau kita ngomong tanah, they have unlimited useful life, correct? Yeah. Tapi misalnya, for example, for some projects, let's say there is you need a particular land, such as quarries and sites used for landfill. Yeah, this is, again, it relates to, primary activities, yeah, relating to mining, etc. In cases like that, land can be estimated to have a useful life. You know, I was reading the other day, di Maldives, ada beberapa hotel yang sudah memulai depresiasi tanah. Why? Because they believe that by 40 atau 50 tahun, because Maldives is the fastest sinking country. The country is sinking already. Yeah, because of the ocean water, it is already sinking here. So that is why ada beberapa hotel who has started depreciating their land here. Yeah, so that is why there's already a research going on also here, which says the waters are rising here. Why coastal land should be a depreciable asset in light of global warming here. Yeah, jadi this is one of the new updates here that in few countries they're trying to see if the environment can affect land depreciation here. Yeah, can affect land depreciation here. Okay. I will just go to the final update di dalam IAS 16. Okay, this was an update effective, which was launched in 2000 and yes, interesting issue here. Yeah, this was an update which was launched in Mei 2020, jadi beberapa bulan lalu, and it is going to be applicable dari 1 Januari 2022 here. So it starts from 1st Jan 2022 here. Tapi early adoption is already available here. Okay. Now, in IAS 16, kita ada satu section which talks about proceeds before an entity's intended use. Ini artinya apa? What does this mean here? We just try to see this example. Minerals extracted in the process of constructing an underground mine or oil and gas from testing wells before starting production. Misalnya, we are constructing a mine, ya, tambang. Now, during that process, udah ada beberapa ton or few, based on the metric level batu bara yang kita sudah bisa ambil dan kita sudah jual. Okay? Now, what is going to be the accounting treatment here? Jadi, in the current way, the current procedure is any income is net off with the cost of PPE. Jadi misalnya, we are in the process of constructing an underground mine. Nilainya $10 juta. Misalnya. Ini masih proses. Ya, the construction is still going on. Tapi udah ada beberapa batu bara which we could collect dan kita sudah bisa jual. So what we would do is we would net it off from this cost of $10 juta here. Okay? However, in this new update here, which is effective on 1st January 2022, tapi sudah di-announce di bulan Mei tahun ini, the current way you are going to do it is you can recognize it in the profit or loss. So, proceeds from selling items before the related item of PPE is available should be recognized in profit or loss together with the cost of producing. Jadi, we can already start recognizing it as an income in the profit or loss here. Yeah, so this is just a minor change in the application of accounting for proceeds before the construction is already ready here. Yeah, again, ini bukan ke setiap industri, but if any of you are in cases of construction, mining, tambang, it will get affected one way or another here. Yeah, but this application will begin on 1st January 2022. Yeah, on 1st January 2022 here. Okay. Sir Manish, anything you want to add for IAS 16? Is Sir Manish around?
Yeah, Mr. Viraj, I just lost connection in the other device.
Sorry.
Yeah. So what were you asking?
Anything else you want to add on, sir, to IAS 16?
I think that's all for now.
That's all, yeah? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. We go to our next standard, yeah? We aim to cover till 3 more standards today, until IFRS 15, which is the PSAK 72, which is one of the hottest topics nowadays. So we will briefly go through IAS 37 also. Yeah. Now, when you talk about provision, yeah, definisi provision is a liability of uncertain timing or amount here. Yeah, it is a liability of uncertain timing or amount here. Kalau kita bahas tentang liability or obligasi, yeah, when we talk about the word obligation, it can result in two things here. Sorry, is my voice echoing?
No, sir.
No, ya? Oke. Ya, so kalau kita membahas tentang obligasi, there can be two cases here. One could be a legal obligation. Ya, legal obligation means secara kontrak atau secara license, we have to do it. Or it could also be a constructive obligation. What does constructive obligation mean? That means it is part of a company's policy. Misalnya, kalau kita ada penjualan, for example, when you talk cases like you buy electronic. When you buy electronic, they give a policy that there is 1 year warranty, misalnya. Ya, nowadays even if you talk about car wash, for example, they'll say kalau hujan di dalam 24 jam, you can come there for free, something like that. This is based on a company's policy here. This is based on a company's policy here. So you have to understand kalau kita membahas tentang constructive obligation, it is going to be based on best estimate here. Yeah, it is going to be based on best estimate here. Yeah.
Yeah,
but because
Mr. Viraj, with regard to constructive obligation, kalau manajemen contohnya menjanjikan bonus kepada karyawan, tapi di dalam meeting, private meetings with the employee, ya, tidak, it's not a published bonus scheme. Itu sering terjadi perdebatan apakah bonusnya itu bakal boleh membuat provision or not. So this is a issue, right? So please understand kalau hanya discussion pribadi bahwa bos menjanjikan 1%, 2%, 3% of the bonus, we will give you based on the how much you do, but it is not a published bonus scheme. We cannot make a provision karena there is always a chance that this is not tidak bisa di-execute. Bisa juga the management say, oh yeah, sorry, we are in a bad situation now, kita tidak bisa memberikan itu. Management can always reverse that decision. Tapi something that is already declared, publicized, the chances of management reversing that decision is very remote, very, very small. Then we can record a provision. Yeah, so that also is really important. Kenapa it has to be published? Yeah, so next time if your boss janjikan sesuatu, make sure it is a published or a practice or a policy.
Yeah. Okay. When we talk about provision, a lot of the times we have to use best estimate. Yeah, based on past trend. Yeah. A lot of experts, they will make the best estimate. Tapi kalau ini adalah biaya yang kita harus bayar di atas 12 bulan. For example, when you talk about dismantling or you talk about court cases, for example, where it can be settled in years to go, then we might have to bring it to present value here. Ya, jadi if the time value of money is material, kebanyakan mereka pakai benchmark di atas 12 bulan, then we may have to bring it to present value here. Yeah. Okay, so the subsequent measurement now. I just want to ask you guys some of these cases here. Yeah, can you make a provision or not? Coba ya, we just try seeing. Ini ada beberapa contoh, but we just try seeing an example here. Yeah. Okay. Here, an entity in the oil industry causes contamination but cleans up only when required to do so under the laws. Ya, jadi we are in the oil industry, we do damage kepada lingkungan, tapi we only clean it up kalau emang harus. But if not, yeah, we leave it here. One country in which it operates, it has no legislation, and the entity has been contaminating the land for several years. Jadi di satu negara, there is no law at all on this. At 31st December 2010, it is virtually certain that a draft law requiring a cleanup of land already contaminated will be enacted shortly after the year end. Jadi pada akhir tahun, it is already virtually certain. That means di atas 95% akan ada regulasi to clean up the environment here. So can you make a provision or not here? What is everyone's view? Can you make a provision or not? At this moment, there is no law, but it is virtually certain. That means sangat, that is so probable here. It is virtually certain here that we will have to, there is going to be a law in place. Any views from anyone? Provision or not here? Okay, maybe I'll go back to this question. Go back to
Yes,
this.
there's a response, I think.
There's a response. Sorry, I'm not seeing it in my.
No, I think in somebody tried to answer.
Oh, sorry. Anyone? Provision or not in this case here?
Sounded like Jeremiah. Jeremiah, were you the one trying to answer?
No, Mr.
I think the other is a little bit confused too.
Okay.
I think the other people maybe.
Okay.
Okay, or you know what, we go to another example, I think, which has easier, we can discuss it in an easier way. Okay, let's do this one. A recent legal settlement between company A.
What was the answer for the first one, Mr.
The first one would require a provision, sir.
Would require
because
a
it's only
provision.
virtually certain, yeah.
Okay, I want to stop there for a while. For example, you know, some companies have, even the law doesn't require, but they have a policy, environmental policy.
Yeah.
Oh, you're going to discuss that, yeah?
Yeah, this is one of our examples also.
Go ahead.
No. We will go to another case, sir. You can discuss this one, sir.
So if they have a published environmental policy,
yeah,
then it becomes a constructive obligation. Kewajiban konstruktif. Ya, karena sudah, because the meaning of the word constructive means there is a promise that you have made publicly and there is a valid expectation from the public or from the other party that you will do that. So if you have a published environmental policy, itu you boleh melakukan provision for your environmental cost. Yeah. Gitu, Mr. Viraj.
Okay, I just go to the last example here. Yeah, I need everyone to participate in this. Yeah. So what happened was there was a court case between company A and company B. Yeah. Jadi the court ruled that company A harus membayar 100.000 per bulan untuk 15 bulan ke depan, starting dari 1 November 2008. Okay. Now, every third of each month, company B will send an invoice. Jadi mereka akan invoice tiap bulan 100.000 untuk 15 bulan ke depan. Okay. Now, I want to ask you. Court case was settled on 1st November. Jadi hasil dari pengadilan keluar tanggal 1 November 2008. Kan kompensasinya itu $1,5 juta dibagi 15 bulan. This is the kompensasi that mereka harus bayar 100.000 per bulan. Okay. Company B sends an invoice of 100,000 each month. Jadi setiap bulan mereka kirim invoice. Now, pada tanggal pembukuan, which is 31 Maret, mereka akan catat utang untuk seluruh liability atau cuma yang di invoice. We had a similar case in one of our clients here. So, sudah ada surat pengadilan that you have to pay $1,5 juta here.
I think it's all the liability, sir.
It is all the liability, okay?
Yes.
Any other views? Any other views on this one? Apakah utang cuma dicatat setelah terima invoice 100.000 per bulan, atau setelah surat pengadilan keluar, you have to recognize the full liability? Well, in one of our clients, they did it based on invoice. So every time they received invoice, that is when they would recognize the liability. However, under IAS 37, because it is already probable, right? Sudah pasti harus bayar 1,5 juta. There is already a letter from the court. So that is why the full liability would have to be recognized. Yeah, so good job on that. Yeah, so this could be also an example where IAS 37 can kick in the picture here. Okay, yeah, now we just have to understand what can be permitted as a provision and what is not permitted. Di dalam IAS 37, when you talk about warranty, you can make it as a provision. Yeah, environmental cleanup, decommissioning. Yeah, decommissioning means you are, misalnya ada gedung, setelah license-nya sudah selesai, you have to break the gedung again, and you have to restore the land. Yeah, restructuring. Ini adalah bahan which is quite important di dalam IAS 37, especially in this year, ya, dan onerous contracts. Okay, and what is not permitted? Kalau kita bahas future losses, misalnya, saya estimasi di tahun
just to be clear, Mr. Viraj, onerous means is non-cancelable.
Correct.
Contracts, yeah, non-cancelable.
Yeah. Future losses, misalnya saya estimasi gara-gara economic conditions next year saya akan merugi $80,000, saya estimasi. I cannot recognize that as a provision. Ya, seperti Sir Manish juga jelasin, overhaul you cannot, and also self-insurance you cannot recognize. Jadi daripada saya membayar asuransi pihak ketiga, might as well saya membuat cadangan sendiri. Ya, I cannot recognize that as a provision.
Jadi basic concept is semua management plans itu tidak bisa dijadikan dasar untuk membuat cadangan, or we say last time we used to make cadangan itu, cadangan ini. Yang bisa dimasukkan sebagai provisi itu adalah hanya kewajiban. Ya, so even with regards to restructuring, juga hal-hal yang berhubungan dengan training, marketing, we needed to make a new division, new product, itu tidak bisa dimasukkan sebagai hanya yang komponen yang kewajiban. Contohnya kita mesti bayar termination benefits, biaya PHK, itu aja. Ya, banyak clients akan suka mencampur, semua dicampur sebagai restructuring cost. And masukin sebagai provisi. So we cannot do that.
For us to do restructuring, ini misalnya adalah toko Debenhams, for example, which this year also they have hired a restructuring firm. Yeah, in the article it says here that they could threaten thousands of jobs. Kalau beberapa ribu karyawan akan you're going to PHK, that means surely there is going to be compensation yang harus dibayar. Now, in order to recognize provision for restructuring, this is a very important rule here. An entity must have a detailed and formal plan. Ya, jadi kapan berapa karyawan yang akan kita keluarkan, when is it going to happen, what is going to be the legal impact, dan lain-lain. And it must have raised a valid expectation to those affected. Jadi, stakeholder yang akan terdampak, we already have to inform them. Like in this case, is already informed, right? Jadi kalau saya karyawan Debenham, that means I will know that, okay, kemungkinan saya akan kehilangan pekerjaan saya. That means I have a right to receive some compensation here. Yeah, so this is what we call as cost related to restructuring here. Yeah, di IAS 37 cuma ada satu perubahan. Yeah, there's just one update here on onerous contracts. Yeah, basically what is onerous contract? Onerous contract adalah kontrak yang kita tidak bisa, we cannot get out of it without any penalty. Biasa kalau kontrak, kalau kita batalkan, there is going to be either one penalty that we have to pay, or second, we fulfill the contract. Jadi kita jalanin, but the contract is a loss-making contract. Okay? It is a loss-making contract here. So an onerous contract is a contract entered with another party under which unavoidable costs of meeting the obligation exceeds the benefit. The cost exceeds the benefit. Cost bisa dua, kita satu bisa terminasi. Okay? It can either fulfilling the contract or we terminate and we pay any compensation. We have a choice here. Okay? Di tahun 2020, cuman sekitar 6 atau 7 bulan lalu, ISB, they amended one of the definitions here. Karena in the definition, it says cost of fulfilling the contract. But what is this cost? Gak jelas. A lot of companies use different treatments. So, that is why they clarified it di tahun 2020, that when we talk about onerous contract, yeah, it will include cost, incremental cost of fulfilling the contract. Misalnya, kita ada direct labor, karyawan, bahan baku, that I can recognize it as a provision. And also, any other costs directly related to fulfilling the contract. Jadi ada dua komponen. One is direct cost, second is any other cost to fulfill the contract. Misalnya, ini adalah kontrak yang memerlukan machine or an asset. Depresiasi machine, we can recognize it as a provision. Yeah. So, for example, let's say we are in a property development, misalnya. And what happened was, you know, when you talk about property, the machines are quite high in value, right? So, the depreciation, we can recognize that as an onerous cost here. Yeah, as an onerous cost here. Yeah. I just give you a short example. Is it an onerous contract or not? Yeah. In this story here, kita sudah masuk di dalam kontrak dan kita akan menerima sebesar $110.000. I just summarize it ya, $110.000. Tapi kalau kita membatalkan kontrak, kita harus membayar $120.000. Oke? Kalau kita selesaikan kontrak, ini adalah beberapa biaya yang we have to incur here. They have labor cost of 60.000, direct materials of 45.000, dan any other costs here. So the old way, the previous way, which was a common approach yang dibolehkan sebelumnya, was what you call as an incremental cost approach. Jadi we only take the direct cost aja, incremental cost. Tapi sekarang, they take full cost, like what I said. They take all the incremental costs as well as any other cost. So there's a different approach here. This is the current. Ini adalah perubahan yang akan mulai dari tahun 2020 ya. If we use the old method, if we use the old method, do we need an onerous contract? Coba kita lihat. The cost to terminate is 120.000. The cost to fulfill is 105.000. Jadi sebagai entrepreneur, saya pasti ambil yang lebih rendah dong. But the contract has a benefit of 110.000, right? If you remember in the story, they have a benefit of 110.000 in the contract here. So is this considered as an onerous contract? No. Karena benefit kita masih lebih gede daripada cost to fulfill. This is if we use the old method. But if we use the total cost approach, ya, di tahun in this current moment untuk membatalkan kontrak harga 120.000. If we add up all the total cost, 60.000, 45.000, any other cost is 10,000. Kami akan mendapatkan 115.000. So we will of course take the lower one, right? Mendingan ya we fulfill the contract. Tapi benefitnya cuma 100.000, 110.000. So the cost is greater than the benefit. So that is why in the new method, this will fall, the same story will fall under onerous contract provision. Yeah. So just take note that this is just a minor change here, and this is going to be effective di tahun 2022. Yeah, but it has already been announced this year. Jadi perusahaan can do early adoption on this year. Yeah, can do early
So
adoption.
once it is classified as onerous, you can already make a provision. Yeah.
Provision, yeah. Yeah. Okay, so this is just overall of IAS 37. I just give a summary here. Yeah, the IAS 37. Overall, it will look like this here. If kita membahas dari sisi payment ya, if it is probable or virtually certain. Ya, kalau di US GAAP mereka pakai percentages to make it a bit more understandable. But if anything is above 50%, if it is probable or virtually certain.
So Virat, just to be clear, ya, column percentage itu is not IFRS ya.
No, this is the US GAAP here. Yeah.
Column percentage itu adalah GAAP-nya gitu. Tapi
correct.
We have put there for clarity.
Clarity
Jadi
aja,
secara
ya.
IFRS itu nggak ada percentage.
Ya, so kalau kita membahas payment, if it is probable or above, we already have to recognize it sebagai obligasi. If it is possible, that means kemungkinannya is just average. Then we will just disclose it in the notes to accounts. Ya, tapi if it's remote, misalnya kita ada court case, tapi there's a high chance that we are going to win. Ya, kemungkinan kita kalah is just very low, maybe 1 or 2%. Then we do nothing about it. But if we are talking about an asset point of view, kemungkinan kita akan terima duit, the treatment is slightly different. Kami cuma memboleh recognize asset if it is virtually certain. Tapi kalau it's only probable, we disclose. If it's possible or remote, we do nothing. Yeah, this applies the concept of prudence. Kalau kita membahas prudence, we do not want to overstate our assets, correct? That is why we can only recognize asset if it is virtually present. Yeah, so this is
ini yang konflik dengan definisi aset tadi ya.
Yes, correct.
Karena aset tadi was potential.
Correct.
Anything potential to get benefits itu we can record. Tapi khusus under IAS 37 itu there is a special arrangement, special recognition criteria. So kalau sudah ada kriterianya, we follow the recognition criteria. Kalau tidak ada, baru ikuti conceptual
follow
framework.
The concept, yeah.
Jadi kayak insurance proceed, insurance proceeds ya. Kalau we have insurance proceeds yang udah pasti kita akan dapat, we can record it as a asset. Tapi if it is still in process, but there's a high chances it will be processed, then we can record it as in a disclosure. Yeah, so that's one example for asset.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, okay. Sir, I think we have only around less than 10 minutes to go. Should we jump to IFRS 15?
Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah, I think we will, since at 12:15, it is going to, our slot is over. I think let's just quickly go through IFRS 15, yeah? Okay. IFRS 15 talks about revenue, revenue from contracts with customers. Ya, jadi kalau kita membahas sekilas IFRS 15, we need first a contract. This is our first one. Second, there needs to be a performance obligation within a contract. Yeah, when we talk about the performance obligation, it has to be distinct. What does this mean? Jadi bisa dibeli secara pisah. Okay, bisa dibeli secara pisah. Let me give you an example after that on that. Yeah. Third one is you have to determine the transaction price. Okay. When we talk about the transaction price, kemungkinan juga akan ada variable price. Okay, there could be cases of variable price also. Yeah. Fourth one is we have to allocate the price to the performance obligation. Ini using the standalone price. Ya, ini kebanyakan kalau produk dibundle into one. And then we will recognize revenue when or as performance obligation are satisfied. Ya, jadi ini we explained here that kami akan catat pemasukan. Is it sekaligus or is it going to be dipecah beberapa stages here? So this is in our 5th stage here. Yeah, so that is why to easily memorize it, we use the word COPA. You need contract, obligation, price, you allocate, and then you recognize your revenue here. Yeah. Now,
I just want to talk quickly about that kasus in Garuda. If you remember Garuda's case where there was an issue, kenapa ada revenue dari perusahaan yang provide the internet, and you know in the small TV that you see there, kenapa itu was a problem, ya? Kenapa itu di manajemen Garuda merecognize itu sebagai revenue, tapi perusahaan akhirnya terlibat skandal bahwa ternyata board members-nya tidak terima bahwa ini revenue-nya sepertinya overstated. Nah, alasannya apa? So actually if they had applied this PSAK 71 early, they wouldn't be in this problem. Kenapa? Karena the very first criteria is identify a contract. Di definisi kontrak itu ada tertulis bahwa there has to be a clear, maybe you can go there ya, contract itu. What is contract? Yeah, there's an arrangement between two parties, ada enforceable rights and obligation, ya, boleh tertulis, boleh verbal, terus there's one more important part there, the components of a contract.
Oh, sorry, I don't, here.
Yeah, this one. You see that? There's an approval, can identify the party, itu semua ada, tapi there is one part yang tidak ada, can identify the payment terms.
Oh, here.
Yeah. So the payment terms itu tidak ada di kontrak antara Garuda sama perusahaan yang providing the facility in the airplane. Ya, karena tidak ada payment terms, artinya tidak ada commercial right kapan kita akan terima uang itu. Ya, sekitar 200-an juta dolar they try to increase the revenue. So this additional if this component is not there, artinya kontraknya tidak ada. Kalau tidak ada kontrak, we cannot recognize the revenue. That's why that scandal came about. Yeah, so that's to give you a background.
Okay, we just quickly go through one example, since we only have few minutes to go. This is an example of a bundle product. Yeah. What happens is the story states that the price of the product is $400. Ini termasuk untuk komputer dan 12 bulan technical support. Okay, so the obligation is divided into two here. Now, like what I mentioned earlier, we can only recognize revenue when our performance obligation is satisfied. Setelah obligasi kita sudah selesai, walaupun duitnya kita belum terima, we can recognize the revenue. Now in this case, duitnya kita sudah terima $400. It says the cat paid $400 upfront here. Tapi that same day, we transferred the computer. The customer received delivery of the computer. Jadi pada tanggal 1 Desember 2001, saya sudah bisa mencatat penjualan komputer sebagai pemasukan. But the question is at what value? So this is where we use the standalone selling price ya. Jadi kita lihat kalau dijual secara individu, the computer sells for $300. The technical support sells for $120. Karena dibeli dua-duanya, makanya kita bundle harga $400. So how do we split it then? How are we going to split it? So I just do an example for the computer. That means the total price, if you were to buy it alone, is going to be $420, correct? The computer represents $300. Total contract price is $400. So we use weighted average. Yeah, using the standalone selling price method to calculate harga berapa which is applicable for the computer. Same thing for the technical support. Nilai individu 120. The total individual value is 420. 300 tambah 120. Saya mau alokasi $400 ke mereka. That's $400, yeah. So based on that, I will be able to know how much is my computer, how much is my technical support. Now, the year end is 31st December. Jadi 1 bulan technical support, obligasi saya sudah selesai. So that means yang saya bisa catat sebagai pemasukan is only 1 month of whatever answer I get here. Yeah? Okay, so I just, since I do not have time again, I'm just going to the last step here, which is very important, which is the timing of revenue. Ya, kalau kita bicara revenue, it can be recognized over time or at a point in time. So what we do first is we recognize revenue, or we do this test first. Kalau bisa, if it meets one of these 3 definitions here, we will recognize over time. Jadi based on percentage of completion. Kalau 30% sudah selesai, ya kita bisa mencatat 30% pemasukan. Same thing untuk cost of sales, kita juga catat 30%. So, what is the first one? The customer simultaneously receives and consumes the benefit. Ini kebanyakan, we talk about service industry. Yang kedua, the entity's performance creates or enhances an asset that the customer controls. Misalnya, ada perusahaan yang punya tanah, and we are making a building on top of that land. There's a construction going on. So who controls the land? The land is controlled by the customer. Tapi we are enhancing it. So when you talk about constructions, a lot of times it will fall under overtime here. Or the third one, the performance does not create an asset with alternative use to the entity, and entity has enforceable rights to payment for performance completed to date here. These are a lot of things yang customized, bespoke. Yeah, customized. So, because it is customized, there is no alternative use.
Yeah, Mr. Viraj, just a quick one on this. Jadi dulu itu kita selalu using, okay, ini kerjaan kita udah selesai 30%, 40%, 50%, kita recognize the revenue over the time. Tapi sekarang tidak bisa based on langsung menuju ke sana 30%, 40% recognition. We have to satisfy this criteria first. Bahwa kalau dia tidak bisa membuktikan, contohnya di kriteria yang nomor 3, bahwa dia punya hak untuk tagih ketika terjadi 40% penyelesaian, dia punya hak tagih itu. Karena banyak orang building apartment, itu kan bisa juga tidak selesai apartemennya. Nah, sesuai kontrak itu, di titik mana kontrak apartemen itu udah bisa ditagihkan ke customer. Ya, kalau Abang Hana ketika penyerahan kunci, artinya si perusahaan developernya tidak bisa record revenue berdasarkan apartemen sudah selesai 30%, lalu saya catat revenue 30%. Karena PSK ini udah tidak bisa lagi. Dulu bisa, sekarang tidak bisa lagi. Karena harus membuktikan bahwa saya punya hak tagih di setiap stage-nya. Kalau nggak punya hak tagih itu, artinya harus nunggu selesai dulu apartemennya, baru bisa merecognize revenue. Jadi itu akan menggoyangkan industri developer, karena kalau they don't meet this recognize, bisa juga ada 1 atau 2 tahun yang tidak bisa recognize revenue untuk hal ini. Yeah, so it is a very significant impact.
Yeah, so jadi if it does not meet this one of 3 criteria, then we will have to recognize revenue at a point in time. Ya, jadi this would be in cases where misalnya kami sudah serahkan barangnya ke mereka. Or it could be a case that risk and rewards-nya sudah kami serahkan. Ya, the legal title of the asset sudah pindah nama to them. This is when we will recognize revenue. Ya, jadi kalau pencatatan, we will first see the criteria for overtime. If it does not meet the criteria for overtime, then we go to at the point. Yeah. Okay, I think due to the limitation of time, I think we will have to end here. Yeah. Anything else from you, Sir Manish?
No, I just want to say how to ensure IFRS itu kita bisa belajar we have to make sure we are good in learning those definitions, tapi at the same time learn as much scenario as possible, seperti scenario yang kita kasih. So it's easy for you to apply those IFRS. Read those articles which have the impact on the IFRS, seperti Mr. Viraj kasih lihat bagaimana beberapa impact ibakan tanah juga ada yang bisa di-depreciate. Yeah, so learn those definitions, tapi learn juga a lot of scenario, seperti belajar hukum. You know the law, tapi you also know kasus-kasusnya, ya. So that's how you study the IFRS. So I hope you regularly develop the habit of reading. Yeah, which we need to develop that as part of, even me and Mr. Viraj regularly update ourselves. So it's not that we know everything, yeah. We also regularly update ourselves. So it's important to continue to learn. Yeah, I think we'll hand over to Bumuti.
Yeah.
And
All right, thank you for Mr. Farjon for delivering us the material on the second session of this public lecture. Thank you to Mr. Manish Kitwani too. And Azhar.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, before we end this morning's public lecture, we would like to give our honorable speakers an e-certificates as our form of gratitude for delivering us the update of the IFRS.
Thank you so much.
Bumuti, you may want say something.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Manish, Mr. Viraj. Thank you for this morning session. We have all have here theory, practical issue. You have given us very valuable resources, Mr. Manish and Mr. Viraj. And thank you. I think we will meet again in the middle of December. We will arrange the schedule later, Mr. Manish.
Yes, sure. We want to talk to the next batch of students, so we have more IFRS experts from Vokasi UI.
Okay. Okay, back to you, Asar dan Alia.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, that wraps up all of our morning.
On behalf of Vocational Accounting Universitas Indonesia, we would like to give a special thanks once more time to Mr. Manish Kitwani and Mr. Farjon from LSIF for taking time to be the speaker for our events this morning. We look forward to meeting you again in another occasion.
Also, thank you to Mrs. Mutiha and the other lecturer, and also the respectable audiences for attending today's public lecture.
With that being said, can I request you to send the certificates to me and Mr. Viraj?
Yes, right away, sir.
To our email. Yeah, because I love the way you have designed the certificate. I appreciate that.
Right away, sir. And also, with that being said, it is also our marquee to bow out as the master of ceremonies.
We would like to apologize for the inconvenience or if there are any improper words that offends you, and also would like to remind you about the last absence, so don't forget to fill it. The link will be attached in the chat box.
My name is Muhammad Azarifki.
And my name is Alia Nurfajria Zafira.
On behalf of HMVUI 2020, permission to step back. See you on the next occasion. Good afternoon. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you, Azhar. Thank you, Alia.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you, Mr. Manish.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you, Boo. See you.
See you. Terima kasih semua partisipasinya. Izin untuk leave dulu. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih,
Bu Maya. Terima kasih para dosen yang sudah hadir. Ibu Masdenia, Ibu Yuki. Terima kasih. Siapa lagi? Saya belum sebutkan satu-satu. Pak Dedi, terima kasih. Kemudian yang sudah partisipasi tadi menjawab, terima kasih. Terima kasih juga kepada panitia yang sudah membuat acara ini berhasil. Thank you. See you on the next session.
Thank you, Bu Mutia.
Yeah, thank you.